Good morning, everyone. We are on day 2 of the Strategic Planning Council Committee of a Whole. Today we'll continue on. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. So I'll call the meeting to order at 9:02. We have an agenda before us. Any additions? And if not, motion to adopt the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? Carried. Excellent. Looking at item 3.1, the 2024 capital budget overview. And I'll turn it over to Ms. Serhan.
Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the 2024 budget deliberations. Today we're going to look at mostly the capital projects, and then at the end of the day we'll do another summary, see where we're sitting, and probably talk about priorities and our goal for today is to fund the 2024 capital project plan, make sure that the projects in the 2024 capital plan are the ones that the strategic committee are recommending to council, and that the service levels in the operating budget are the ones that the committee wants to recommend to council for budget approval, which I believe will be later on in December to approve that four-year financial plan with approving the budget for the operating and capital for 2024. Strategic planning meetings started in April of 2023 to make changes to not make changes really, but just build on those numbers that we had in 2023's plan, see where we're sitting. And I think we made a lot of progress in 2023. We're presenting the capital budget in a totally different way than we normally do. Normally we would go through department by department, project by project. Today we're going to go through service level by service level and identify the dollars and the resources that are needed to continue to maintain those service levels into the future. There's a lot of information and a different way that we're presenting, so it's going to be a lot to take in today. And like I said just a moment ago, our goal is really to approve the 2024 budget, and we will start again. I think January 15th is our first strategic planning committee meeting in 2024, and we plan on refining, and the goal for 2024 will really be focused on that future forward look and funding those projects into the future. So let's get started. Let's get started. So the first thing I want to talk about is where we left off yesterday, and I'll have Alana bring up that four-year plan. So we went through the operating revenues and expenses yesterday, talked a bit about that restricted funds used for operations. That's that work in progress number. And I am still working on that list of the projects that are funded through work in progress. Each director spoke to those programs, and I'll be sending those out shortly. And so then the excess operating funds through the tax revenue that was currently identified in the operating grant revenue is $12 million. You'll see within the capital budget that the capital revenues are identified in 2024. There's some unused capital funds from previous years, and we've recommended that they be used in projects in 2024 for $11,540,000, and capital expenditures identified in the 2024 capital plan are $41,057,000. That restricted funds number I've highlighted there is going to change as we move through, because some of the projects that have been identified as being funded through restricted surplus actually doesn't have funds in those restricted surplus accounts at the moment. But you'll see that as we move to the bottom number there, we've only identified 849,000 as going to restricted surplus for future use. Those being funds that were identified for a specific purpose when they were generated in the budget, so the lot sales for Nordegg, and there's one other that's just slipped my mind at the moment, but. So at the bottom line in this draft budget is $10,745,000 to be allocated for projects in 2024 and beyond. If you can just scroll down a little bit, Alana, I just want to see if it updated my changes. Okay, so it hasn't, but I'll get Alana to refresh here in a minute. The surplus to be allocated from 2023 is an additional $4 million. And the capital that's funded through tax revenue, which is the gravel road rehab and road construction admin costs, and the IT capital costs, $5,619,000. We've added an additional $300,000 back into the surplus due to not moving forward with the summer games of $300,000. So with that being said, the amount needing to be allocated is $9,426,000. So I will, sorry, I'm just gonna move into the agenda item now. I probably went through some of that stuff because I just went off the cuff there for a minute. So, oh, sorry, lost my. Tangible capital assets are the items that are used in the process of delivering services to the ratepayers of Clearwater County. The way to affect the capital budget is to change the level of services provided by Clearwater County. Administration has taken on a new presentation style to assist the committee with a framework to make the tough decisions required. Although a 10-year capital plan and the 4-year financial plan will be included in the budget documents, the approval required as per the Municipal Government Act is for the 2024 year only. The committee will need to pay close attention to the projects that have activity in 2024 while keeping the big picture in mind. And the team can pick things up where we leave off in January. There's good information here that will be hard to digest by the end of the day. So like I said before, let's get started. The 10-year capital plan summary shows expenditures of $367,420,337. It's a lot. $367 million over 10 years in the 10-year capital plan, of which 41 million, just over, are identified as having activity in 2024, of finishing prior year projects, beginning to plan future projects, or in the depths of constructing or purchasing the assets for 2024. Of the $41 million of capital expenditures, 11 million is funded through grant revenue, leaving 29 million to be funded through restricted surplus or current year tax revenue. We discussed this concept at the beginning of day one, that we would like to flow that through restricted surplus and then back out, just so that it identifies that we are funding that gravel road rehab that's year over year, the same program year over year, is more like an operating program, but because it's affecting the assets for more than one useful life, it has to flow through the capital budget, but they are more like an operating program in that it happens year over year. So that's the majority of that $5.6 million. And then of course our road construction admin team. And the other funding source, of course, is debenture debt funding. And those make sense for projects that have a very long useful life. It's not something that we're going to be doing repeatedly in the 10-year capital plan. Also for things that the construction cost or the purchase cost is inflating every year more than what we can set aside. Those are a couple of reasons we would use debenture funding. Also, debenture funding has been used by municipalities to put the burden of the cost of the assets that is going to be used on the ratepayers or the stakeholders that are using that asset. So there's summaries that are attached, and we will reference them throughout the day probably, but what I'd like to do is just start in with the presentation, and we can go through the service levels and the 2024 assets at the end of this presentation. So here's your capital plan for budget deliberations for 2024. So tangible capital assets. There are different rules for accounting than what you would think for us, think of as assets, depending on the size of the organization and its tolerance for what's called materiality. This means that a larger organization can tolerate a larger threshold for what should be a capital asset and what can go through operations. Even though we think of a $30,000 structure, say a shed, as an asset, it can be sold if we closed our doors. It doesn't meet Clearwater County's threshold for capitalization of buildings, which is $50,000. So that's just an example of the difference between accounting terms for an asset versus what a typical layman term for an asset would be. Next slide, please, Lynn. Assets are purchased for the use of service delivery. Clearwater County is an organization that provides services that are economically more feasible to be provided through one organization, or provide services that are required by the community or mandated through the MGA by the province, or are expected by the community as a whole, and no other organization or private industry is willing to provide those services. So the 2024 financial resources. Budgeted operating revenue for 2024 is $62,513,392. And then you add on the $1.5 million that's carried from 2023 and the funds available for those operating programs is $64,049,457. Revenue required to operate the programs with current infrastructure in place is $52,020,818. The revenue available to fund future priorities, $12,028,639. And if this is an average, then we multiply that by 10 over the 10-year capital plan, and we would have $120 million to put into future projects for the next 10 years. So priorities. Priorities need to be chosen because resources are limited. Resources doesn't just mean financial. It means human resources, availability of purchasing materials and services, and time. Time is a big resource that, especially in central Alberta, when we're in the construction season, is short supply. We have a small window of when we can accomplish the construction of the assets that are identified in the plan. And each of these resources play a role in identifying which projects can be completed and in which order. So the financial resources. Revenues fund two things: operating the programs and services provided by Clearwater County, and purchasing or replacing the assets that support these services. Again, revenue is generated to fund the operations of the services provided by the municipality and the infrastructure required. Oh, sorry, that was duplicated. So confirming council's and the committee's current priorities. Larger priorities and priority groups are indicated through assigning restricted surpluses to be used in funding these priorities into the future. This is how we currently recognize what the county's priorities are. Mostly we look to see what the county is saving money for. These funds are identified within the restricted surplus accounts. So let's start with the operating, the funds that are set aside for operating. So the tax rate stabilization or revenue stabilization. The current projected balance at December 2023 is $8,447,000. Some discussion should probably take place about the purpose and the risk that is being mitigated by having this account. Is it sufficient or necessary? Does it serve the goal that was intended, and perhaps the goal has changed? What are the risks that are being mitigated by having these funds available? Loss of industrial assessment, ability to pay, and does the restricted surplus reflect those goals? So I don't know if you want to stop here and talk about this restricted surplus account and what the goals of it are, and if we're meeting those goals.
What is the will of council? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I know I appreciate talking about things as we go, rather other than,
Yeah.
I think it'll be a lot to digest to have to
Yeah,
come
absolutely.
back.
Absolutely.
For me, I understand its purpose back like when it was started, particular fears around losing linear taxation ability, et cetera. So I understand its purpose, but what is the actual likelihood that that will be all removed all at once?
Yeah, not likely.
So, and that's why it was built, right? That if we were to lose a large chunk of our linear all at one time, correct?
That being said, the total linear is about $25 million.
Yeah, so this wouldn't be covering it anyway.
No.
And I would hope that we would have some time to adjust.
Yes.
Because our linear has been taken away. That's not actually could happen. It actually is happening piece by piece by piece.
The assessment has gone to the province, or it was to the province even before, and now they've moved the machinery and equipment and the other industrial assessment. So yes, the process has been moving to a provincial mandate for the assessment. The revenue hasn't gone yet. The reason the assessment has gone, that has been stated, is to provide consistency for assessment through the municipalities, so that if, I'm just gonna use a large oil company, so if Shell has assets within 15 municipalities and it has the exact same compressor station in one municipality versus another, that the assessment would be the same in both those municipalities. And then how that municipality decides to tax that assessment base, that can change, but the assessed value would be the same. That's why the province took that over. That being said, you know, I don't know how likely the risk is that the revenue would go, and then the province would decide how it's allocated, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. From my perspective, this account was to keep us flexible so we could stabilize those year-to-year fluctuations that we sometimes see without having to go through in order to balance, to go through a assessment or increase in the tax source. And I think it is one of our most flexible reserve accounts. And I think it allows us the flexibility to be able to balance a budget without making the hard decision to go back to the ratepayers for a year-to-year fluctuation, not being a long-term funding source, just being a moderating or an integrating effect of budget spikes.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What is the maximum amount we've had in this account?
I think it topped out at 12 million, but we decreased it back down to 10, or council made the motion to move funds out of that account back down to 10 million. So, but there's no real formula as to why that number was chosen.
Right, thank you.
In my recent history or memory, collective memory, I'm thinking too that that was something that we also, not only for tax stabilization, that I know we have an emergency fund, right, of 2 million reserves, so if there was ever an imminent disaster, whatever, we had
Yes.
that, but this was also a way to stabilize the county as well, as far as if we needed to operate under, at whatever point in time, if we had something happen as well, so I think that was also there, but I'm okay with drawing this down. I believe it's, you know, drawing down to a point, but still keeping some there. I think that still needs to, you know, that needs to happen, but as we go on through the list today, I'm seeing this as a very flexible account that we can move funds in and out of, so. No further questions, you can carry on.
So there's 3 other operational restricted surplus accounts that I've kind of lumped together, and one of them is corporate services, GIS air photo flyover, and that, maybe I'll talk about all 3 of them, and then, so, and there's a leachate restricted surplus that's kind of been inherited through the dissolution of the Waste Authority. And then, of course, the emergency preparedness, 1.2 million currently. The reason, maybe I'll speak to that one first. The reason it's at 1.2 million, we have a policy that says it should be kept at $2 million. We did have some costs associated with some fires that we funded through this restricted surplus, and we are expecting a grant revenue payment to come back. We don't know how much of the 720-ish thousand is we are getting exactly yet, but we will be putting that grant revenue funding back into this emergency preparedness, and then asking council to bring it back up to the 2 million if there's a shortfall. The leachate and the air photo flyover were both used for the same purpose, is to stabilize the draw on tax revenue year over year, because the air photos are only done every 3rd year. It was 70,000 was put away per year to just smooth that out, and the leachate was held within that regional organization to protect it against heavy rainfall years, where the leachate removal really topped out higher than what a normal year would be, and that the purpose of those funds was to smooth that out, so that we didn't have one year where we were asking the partner municipalities to fund the leachate that was maybe only a 1 in a 5 year time period. These are smaller amounts, and I'm not sure how council feels about you know, continuing with this practice, or if these amounts are small enough that the organization can absorb these dips and highs through the years.
Council's thoughts? I know for myself, I think we've, going back, we tried to identify, we detailed too much, I guess, so now it's like, okay, do we really need all the detail? It makes for very onerous reporting. It's nice to have the detail, but we could maybe consolidate it into one and have with it, a subline within each, or a line item within each reserve, but that's where I feel. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually assumed that's what was already happening, that there isn't separate accounts for each reserve, that it's like a pot and we see sub-headings, that it's not like
Yeah, we
have
don't
to
have
go to the-
separate bank accounts.
Yeah,
No,
that you
no,
have to
no,
go to
no.
the bank and be like,
no,
I'd like
no,
to
no.
access the leachate account, please. Like, I didn't think that was how, so I already thought that it was like a pot, and this is just showing us subheadings. For me, I'm trying to go back to how we were told or taught how to do this, right? Something that's gonna affect that year and operationally should be based on tax revenue, and things that are gonna be multiple years should be on reserves, yes? Or is that simplifying it more than I should?
Well, I think there are items that happen, and you'll see within this presentation that the capital priorities, that's how we've assumed the funding of these capital assets are to smooth out those draws on tax revenue. So you see over 10 years how much asphalt overlay is going to cost and how much needs to be drawn from tax revenue every year to accomplish that, even though some years is a $5 million cost and some years are 4, or however that happens. We just have an estimated cost of what it's going to cost for the 10 years and then divide it by 10 so that it smooths those out. And those larger projects, that is necessary because otherwise your tax rates would fluctuate greatly year to year. Some of these smaller items, I'm not sure we could, I guess my opinion would be that tax rate stabilization would buffer some of these smaller items where if you had a large year that you had leachate, you could draw from that tax rate stabilization, and that would be, instead of having a whole bunch of little accounts to buffer for the littler things, that would be the purpose of the tax rate stabilization. But again, that's council's decision, and I look forward to hearing the discussion.
Councillor Graham.
I like that suggestion. I think that makes sense. It would make it easier too when we're going through all of our restricted surpluses. There's not, 10 lines that are only $70,000, because I say only $70,000. That's a substantial amount of money, but compared to our other budget lines, it's not. But I do think that it would make things a little easier to go through, and I would imagine it would be less of an administrative burden as well. So I would support that suggestion. I think it's a great idea.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I like what's being said. Essentially, this is a peace of mind item in that when we teach people, our children, about budgeting, we sometimes put the cash out and divide it into jars, and the peace of mind is that you've got this set aside for this set aside for this set aside for this. But if this one jar goes empty for some reason, doesn't mean that you can, what you try to do is to make sure that you've got enough jars to give you the peace of mind that everything that you need to do as an overall picture has a funding source. And so I think that's what we're doing here, and I think it's a good discussion.
I concur, and I think in the past, I'm going to revert back to past term, people didn't understand what those larger was before, so we broke it down to more detail. Then I think now we can go back to the larger amounts because we have better reporting. The software is great too to help us break those items down, and it becomes better, more transparent, and with following up, etc. So I'm okay with us doing it. Any other further questions for Mr. Ryan? No, we'll keep on going.
Okay, and the next one that's, I separated out just on its own is the gravel reclamation restricted surplus. And again, that is considered an operating cost. It's legislated that Clearwater County reclaim any gravel activity on pits operated by the county. Any area that's disturbed due to gravel extraction. The estimated cost of the reclamation is built into the cost that's expensed to each of the jobs or projects as we use the gravel, and we put this funding into this restricted surplus account. When reclamation is completed, it is funded through this restricted surplus account. So there should be more analysis completed to see if the county is estimating appropriately or not, before any changes are made to this restricted surplus account. I think, you know, like I said, it's based on a bunch of estimates from some, you know, it's not just a shot in the dark, but it's based on some calculations on the usage of gravel and what the estimate is for reclamation at that time. But some of these dollars have been in there for many years, and probably the cost of reclaiming those pits has gone up. Mind you, we've done some reclamation work also, so I just think it's a large project that needs to happen before we would look at moving any of these dollars out of this account.
Mr. Hanson?
Yes, good morning, committee members. So we have done a little bit of work on this, trying to calculate some of our current deficit and projected deficit in regards to gravel pits. So for your information there, we have 14 gravel pits and 2 stockpile sites. So it's spread over a large area. And I want to reiterate that the funding for this restricted surplus does come from the use or the rate that is set for our consumption. So whether it be for the construction projects or the graveling that our operations team does, that cost is built into is charged back to the job specifically, and then added into this reclamation. So it's not. It's never been like a surplus amount that's left over at the end of the year and that's reallocated to the gravel reclamation fund. It's funded through the use of that gravel. So currently we're looking at, with our outstanding deficit that we have right now for pits that are open is about $3 million. Is based on a high level estimate cost per acre to reclaim the current open area. And the overall deficit, if we were to reclaim the entire pits after they were opened, is around $17.3 million. So it doesn't appear to be overfunded. As we get into the larger pits and larger reclamations, of course, those are bigger line items there. So just wanted to share that information with the committee today.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we're not gonna ever reclaim all 14 pits at once, so it is and we have had, when was the last study in regards to the longevity of our pits? That was back in 2020, 19, where we did a report with all the pits and their longevity was that 2020? 2018, okay, thank you. So that's still relevant today, I would imagine. There's been with that, so yeah, I like that was also identified there. Ms. Serhan?
Funny, we always think, or it's just, that conversation just struck me a little bit funny because I always think, oh, it only happened 2 years ago. Oh, is that 5?
Yeah, exactly.
The older I get, the more often that happens. So, the next slide is where we're at so far with the total in restricted surplus. So the anticipated restricted surplus total at the end of December 2023, $84,572,543. And if we subtract all of those operational restricted surplus accounts, we're at $68,761,000 available for capital or tangible capital asset projects. We have many other considerations when we move on to discussing the capital projects. Sorry, I just lost my place for a second. The number, the total number anticipated at the end of December 23 will likely change before we get to the audited financial statement stage in the spring. That being said, the number isn't as important as understanding what's included in the number and setting the priorities based on projects and programs that are most important. Yeah, I just had some notes that we make sure we understand the goal of the stabilization fund and that we've discussed kind of if that's flexible or not. So if we focus on the bottom number, this is the dollar value that's available in the restricted surplus for capital projects. So let's see how that fits into the bigger picture. So the
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to point out as well, can you just go back to that last slide? You notice this anticipated restricted balance surplus at the end of this fiscal year is 84 million. And that's a significant drop down from where we were at December of 2022. We were sitting at just over $103 million. So while we're looking forward through this exercise, I would encourage the committee to take stock of what a reflection this is of the use of the funds already just in this calendar year or fiscal year. And I think it's a reflection as well of all the activity that's gone on in this last year. Some of that's being carried forward into 2024 as well. But it's not like these funds have just sat and are continuing to grow indefinitely. We're absolutely seeing use of these funds being put into action, building infrastructure and replacing assets and so forth. And I think that fits, you know, hand in hand with Ms. Serhan's forecast going forward here. We're already using the funds and we're projecting to continue at a high rate going forward. So just encourage you to keep that in mind.
Okay, so we're just gonna back out a little bit and look at the 10-year capital plan again. I think it's just important to understand how these numbers fit, because the numbers are so large. It's sometimes easy to get lost in how they fit into the bigger picture. So again, the total cost of the assets projected in the 10-year capital plan is $367 million. The total capital funding from grant revenue is $53 million. Sale of assets or proceeds on sale, $5,342,000. Restricted surplus allocated for capital, and that's just from the previous slide there, of $68 million. Required over the next 10 years, $239 million. So, and again, that revenue available is really just based on 2024's available revenue, so that number can change drastically in 10 years, but just as an estimate, if we multiplied what's available in 2024 by the 10 years, that's $120 million. So the shortfall over 10 years to accomplish all that is $119 million.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. We don't dig super deep into the 10-year capital plan. Like when we approve a year at a time, the number is obviously scary, right? That we're gonna have to come up with all this extra money. Are you then proposing that we look out at year 8 and go, nope? Year 6, nope? Like, do you want us to look at the 10-year capital plan as a whole rather than year by year and start cutting projects now? Or I'm just trying to
Yep, for
get
sure.
an
Great question.
idea of what you want us to do with that?
That's a great question. No, I don't want you to start doing that. What I want to do is just give some context to only approving 1 year at a time. Is sometimes what happens is projects get pushed and then they never make it to the current year. So I think even though the goal for today is to balance 2024 and have funding sources for all the projects in 2024, again, we want to look at those projects that maybe have planning dollars associated in 2024 but not going forward, making sure that those are priorities. And then starting in January, that is when we will look deeper into that 10-year capital plan, making sure that the service levels and the priorities of this council are actually what their priorities are, and that the projects reflect that, and that we start digging into those funding sources and seeing what are the things that we either need to raise tax revenue for. Are they that important, or are they things that aren't as important and they're just things that, you know, this would be nice to do, but is it worth raising the tax revenue for or going into debt for? So even though we're putting these big numbers up there. They're just to provide context and to make sure that the projects that have planning dollars associated with them in 2024 those are the ones that you have to kind of look into the future. Other than that, the 2024 is our focus for today. So there are some huge assumptions in the numbers also. So one of them being that there's nothing ever added to the 10-year capital plan, that it's just sitting as it is now, and no other projects get added or changed. It's also assuming that debt is off the table, and that revenue surpluses after operating programs are funded in the year average out the same as the surplus in 2024, and that's definitely not going to happen. So again, it isn't about the numbers, but about the big picture and confirming priorities. So with all these assumptions that we're funding just over 2/3 of the capital projects, and the decisions will be take projects off the list, eventually add debt where it makes sense, or add additional revenue. One of the things that's really put some of these capital projects at risk was the 0% tax rate increases for 4 years. Like, that really hurt how much the surplus was available. The current year projects were able to be accomplished because there was money in those restricted surplus accounts. Operating has always been covered through tax revenue. There was no real consequence in the year that was decided. What happens is, in future years, then there's less dollars available for future projects. And this is in my speaking notes, but this isn't put here to scare or for the committee to make large sweeping decisions. Why it is here is to help the committee understand that some decisions do need to be made about priorities, and a few strategic decisions can guide the overall plan towards success. And that's why we're here. We want this committee and council to have success in the future for all of their capital projects, not just focusing on the year to year. And like I said, this is a huge change in how we're presenting. It's a huge amount of information to take in, but I think we made huge steps in 2023, and I'm really pleased with where we're at right now. Just want to reiterate that. So now we're going to move into some of the service levels that are kind of, I've struggled with what to call these, like basic services, you know, things that have been service levels for years and years and years, and have been a priority and focus of councils, not only today and in the distant or near past, but in the distant past also. So paving has always been a priority in this community, and the restricted surplus account has funded additional base pave in the past and the asphalt overlay program. So future projects identified are only asphalt overlay currently, and this communicates that the priority is to keep the service level stable. Administration has allocated the full MSI estimate and federal gas tax fund estimate to these projects. In the bigger picture, there is a total available, and these projects are always approved by those two funding sources. Like, paving is really an easy application and approval for those grants. So if we can just move to the next slide there. So this next slide shows the two grants that remain from the provincial government, and one through the provincial government from the federal government. In the next 10 years, it's expected that Clearwater County would receive $31,827,000, And this entire grant amount has been applied to the asphalt overlay program in this scenario. Of course, it's changeable, but for the reasons stated, that's why we've kept it here. You can see in 2024, there's a bit more allocated for grant revenue. That's just because there are some past grants that haven't been allocated to any of the projects, and there are projects in 2024 that those funds are being allocated to. So the next slide is the cost of the asphalt overlay program. So the estimated cost over the next 10 years to the asphalt overlay program is 54 million, less the grant funding and the amount already in the restricted surplus account. The total needed to using that assumption that we're gonna smooth out these costs over 10 years would be $1.8 million annually to allocate that from the surpluses.
I have a quick question, just for, and this is in regards to the program, so I'll direct it to Director Hansen. Does that include, like, the paving in Leslieville and Condor? Is that part of the overlay program as well?
No, but I would happy to provide a summary of actually what it is, of what our 2024 program is. This is what we normally do, is actually go through what we plan on doing, the work plan for next year. So I'll just take the highlight here for a minute. So the projects we've identified for 2024 include Timey Road South from Highway 11 to 598. That section is showing increased wear points and weakness. Our plan is to get our approaches up to our standard. We have some failures in some of the approaches there. The Timey Road from 598, the service road. So that little connection that's off of 598 that hooks back to the Timey Road, it's been kind of like an eyesore. Service roads are the municipal's, the county's responsibility. The province, even though it's in the provincial right-of-way, it's a highly used little chunk of 125 meter service road. We've talked about getting that cleaned up for years, so that is on the list as well. The airport access road, so back to 2010, 2011 is when we actually overlaid the airport road up to the entrance into the north quarter. The last section from our northeast to 3 40-7 quarter up to the airport hasn't been done for years. So that 1.4 section is on there. The Rainbow Ford Road, 2008, 2009, we've done some experimental treatments with the base with some foamed asphalt projects. We've actually done well to even restrict weight on that, but we are seeing weakness and some need for improvement there to get that structure up to our band-free standard. As well as Beaver Flat Road. We're seeing an incredible amount of degradation on that section. These are all at that 15 plus year life cycle, and they are band roads. So, you know, our number one bullet point in our surface road policy is actually, you know, the development of band-free structures. So those, once we get these overlaid, then they'll go onto our band-free list there, which will actually give our industry more mobility. The Bunch Road, that one's back again. It didn't get any better since we talked about it this spring, so it's back on the list. So yeah, that works out for a total of about 23.15 kilometers. That's consistent with the amount of kilometers that we have in our inventory, trying to space, you know, the amount of overlays that we do, you know, 23 kilometers per year to try to equal out the expenditure over the life of the assets, so we don't get big bubbles here and there. So yeah, that kind of rounds out the overlay program. The Leslieville surfacing is a different line item, but we can talk about that when we get to that. It's a little bit different.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Are we gonna have an opportunity to talk about each of these programs individually when we work towards balancing the budget at the end of the day, or is now the time? I just don't wanna, okay,
I would like
I
you
just don't
to-
want you guys I don't wanna ruin the process you guys are on, so.
No, we would like you to talk about it now.
Okay, so 598, and those weird corners, that are there. Is there an opportunity for us to actually look at the safety of those corners in general? Like, I don't want us to just repave the very unsafe nature of those. To me, it'd be like repaving the Everdale Road without looking at Devil's Elbow, because it's a really crappy corner. Like, those two tiny corners, those two triangle, they're a weird angle when you're going into those corners. You can't see around that one corner when you're gonna be passing through the lane heading north. Like, can we actually look at the actual safety of those corners rather than just looking at paving them?
Yeah, and unfortunately, our roads are fine. It's Alberta Transportation's Highway 598 is the concern. We've talked about the realignment of those curves for years. Very low priority for the province. You know, if and when it happens, if we actually take over that section of road, you know, through the provincial downloading, that it does become our road, you know, maybe it could be something that we can
Don't say
fix.
something
but-
like that. I don't want the road.
Well,
I don't want the
it's
road.
It's really tough to, you know, it would be a very low volume road in comparison in the provincial inventory, so which makes it a very low priority. Let's say our roads accessing onto it, there's really not much else you could do with our alignments as they come into them. It would really have to be an alignment of the provincial highway in order to, I know exactly what you're talking about, to try to address. We've all drove over those corners for years, and fortunately, I haven't heard of too many serious incidents when it comes to these corners. A lot of close calls, I'm sure. It's something we could talk to the province about, and there again, it's be highly unlikely that they'd put it high on their priority list for realignment.
I don't like that we go with I haven't heard any serious, like, do we have to have a serious incident on one of these corners before we're actually gonna do something about it? Like, I don't like using somebody dying on a corner for us to be like, oh, we need to do something about it. We all know it's a problem. Like, I know it's a provincial issue, but perhaps we can try to advocate for this problem rather than putting several $1 million into our portion of those corners. Do you know what I mean?
Director Hagan? No? Oh, the light was there. Okay, so we'll go, Mr. Emmons?
No, and if I may, I'll actually bring Deputy Reeve Millhouse conversation right into these walls. Years ago, one of the ladies that worked here, her husband died rolling on the very corner you're talking about. So well understand. The issue with us is the responsibility for maintenance, the paving is downloaded onto the local municipality, but it truly is within the provincial jurisdiction. The proposal to pave it actually enhances the safety, because right now you come off a speed bend, off of pavement onto gravel and lift back up onto pavement. The different rideabilities in essence is a safety concern as well. Transportation itself has worked for many, many years trying to get the land acquisition to straighten out those corners that we're actually talking about and failed, which is why they still remain today, which is why it saw the last overlay actually, because transportation wanted to straighten them out. But without going to the means of expropriation, and it wasn't high enough up on the priority poll with traffic count for the government to do that, they just repaved. So it hasn't been a forgotten topic, but it does meet with resistance.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham?
I would agree with you 100%, Deputy Reeve. I drive on those darn corners, the one corner almost every day. And I would agree with CAO Emmons that I think that paving that little strip will improve the safety, even just not having the gravel drug onto the corner, because sometimes that can throw off the traction for people. So, and I would imagine if it's paved, it will be wider too. I know we had a gravel haul where we had to go and try pulling off of that gravel onto heading eastbound in a off that road in a gravel truck. Like, you can't see anything, you're in the other lane. So I think that it will enhance the safety, but I agree with you 100%. Those corners are very unsafe. Just last year, two people from the area slid right off on a day like today. They slid right off the corner into the ditch. Fortunately, they were both fine and safe, but it's I agree, those corners suck. And I've had to talk to my residents about the trees on the one corner where you can't see around it, and unfortunately tell them that's not our jurisdiction. But thank you for bringing that up, and I agree 100%. They are not good corners.
Letter needs to be written along with this.
I think the opportunity that we have to just maybe bring it up with Alberta Transportation that maybe a flashing light, slow down. Perhaps we put rumble strips on our side of the thing, because I feel the traffic actually is going too fast for those particular corners in the first place, and so that can lead as well. So we all have good intentions. Most of society's running on the last 5 minutes anyway, so I mean, it's, speed is an issue most times on those corners. And I know in my area, on 761, there are some wonderful corners up there and they're gravel, so we have all these little areas that have to deal with the province, and maybe that's a list of, but at the same token, we're doing our best to ensure that the maintenance is up to snuff, so. All right, any more further conversation on this? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Rainbow Ford Road, is that the road in its entirety ours? Or,
No, actually, Clearwater County was actually quite generous with our program as it came into town. I'm gonna name drop here, I don't know if everybody knows where Bob Bryant lives. It would be on the west end of his property is where the overlay started back in 2008, 2009. Our property line actually extends another quarter mile further east. You know, there's a county sign there, just past, I'm gonna say Wendell Overgaard's there, but I'm saying name dropping here today. I don't know exactly, it's actually an undeveloped road allowance there. Everything, because the town has a kind of an oddball pie shape that extends out, and that road responsibility is actually theirs. If approved, we would really like to approach the town and to see if they would be, you know, but they haven't done their portion in years, you know, but they have there's some, I know there's culvert failures, deficient culverts there, adjacent from like just outside of town. There looks like it'd be a lot of work on their portion, and they're again, probably maybe a lower priority for the town. But that was going to be, you know, if that program was approved for us, that, you know, we should be stopping at our county line and doing our portion and encouraging the town to finish theirs.
so the reason I ask is actually because if we're trying to get our portion of band free, but their portion is not, I don't see a point. Why are we,
Yeah, the town doesn't ban their roads, so it's regardless, like, they don't manage their road structures the same as us. It's legal weights are allowed on town streets, unless it's signed otherwise. So it's
Okay.
actually, trucks are allowed to use that portion. When we do our exemptions, we actually ban that portion at 50%, mostly due to the width. When it was constructed, it remained as a 20-meter right-of-way. It has our own little speed corner, halfway up through that section. And we've managed traffic there because the biggest priority why we've banned that road, we do provide exemptions to any landowner that requires legal loads up into the area, but it was try to minimize people to using as a ring road or an access into town on that portion of road, keep them out onto the primary highway, so from 11 all the way to 598, instead of ducking into town using our road infrastructure. So that's why we've actually banned that road always at 50%, and then provide exemptions to people that ask and provide the bona fide need. Knowing that, as I said, the right-of-way's narrow, the road's narrow, but it's still a vital part of our surface road inventory.
okay, thank you.
Any further, yes, Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, you said we have 23 kilometers of overlay to do this year, and the price is $6,275,000. Is that correct?
I don't know what it is exactly, because we split out what is funded by the grants and the MSI. I have to, if we can find that sheet that actually shows the program itself, that would be great. A lot of these show specifically how it's being funded.
This one here is the costs, Director.
6.2?
6.2, yeah.
So with the bunches itemized at 483,000, the overlay list, of course, that we just discussed was 5.7, and then the $30,000 would be in preparation, tender development, et cetera, for the 2025 program.
So that figures your 6.2 to do 23 kilometers of overlay.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion or comments from council? I guess we can carry on.
Okay, the next program we're looking at is the bridge reconstruction. So the projected balance at December 31st is $7.6 million. And although bridge reconstruction does sometimes come with provincial funding, this is happening less and less. And the assumption is that the bridge funding would, or the program would cost $4 million a year. So if we move to the next slide, I think it talks about the costs. Yeah, so this is the cost of the program for each of the years. There's provincial grant revenue in 2024 of $1.2 million. Those are for those AEP dollars for the fish passage grants. I have to struggle with that sentence. That comes with provincial funding, and then I think the rest is funded through that restricted surplus account. The annual funding required to fund the $44 million worth of bridge reconstruction over 10 years is just over $3.5 million. So if there's questions about the program, or if Eric wants to speak to the overall 2024 projects.
Yeah, and I will bring in my capital projects expert, and I'm gonna say truly, I don't say that lightly, you know, when it comes to specifics about the bridges. Kate has done a fantastic job managing that project, the program historically, and she's well versed on the program for next year, the ones that are carried forwards from this year. I can tell you that the permitting is only becoming more onerous, and so there was a lot of work that was done this year, and you know, carrying forward those programs into next year. But if you'd like, we can go through the program list, or I can get Kate to go through that program list, and we'll just take a second to get her up here.
Welcome.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So our program list for next year, unfortunately, is majority carryover from this year. As Eric pointed out, we are having more and more issues getting all of our funding, provincial, federal, especially now bull trout, and that's where we're kind of coming up with all these fish passage. So the first one on the list is James River Bridge. That is the one just south of the James River store. It is restricted to 10 tons currently. What we have budgeted isn't replacement, it's just repairs. We need to kind of do repairs to the substructure, the decking, as well as the steel superstructure. We are seen corrosion. So that one won't it will not, the restriction will not go away with these repairs. We analyzed it, and in order for the restrictions to go away, to make the cost benefit worth it, it would be a replacement. We can do some work to raise it slightly, however, we still won't get a high enough load rating to make the cost benefit worth it. So this is just for the daily traffic. It will help the rideability. We do get a lot of calls about the decking. The substructure is also rotting, so that would be included in these repairs. The next one, bridge structure, that's 70151. The reason it was pushed is because it is crossing North Raven River. So approvals are taking quite a while, as well as we're trying to balance out too much costs in one year to the next. So we gave ourselves an extra year to get those approved, and different kind of alternatives for this fish passage and that one. The next bridge was just due to planning. It was just with the landowners trying to get some land, trying to get some logistics sorted out. So hopefully we will get that all sorted out next year. 7786 is kind of the same idea. We did start engineering on it this year. Unfortunately, detailed design was not done in time for it to get tendered out and completed this year. The 78211, that is down on Coal Camp Road. It is crossing Logan Creek, and that is the bridge structure that was identified by Alberta Environment Parks. So that was the one that they funded fully. That one was delayed just due to some contractor logistics on site. Structurally, that one wasn't in our books. However, just due to the perch culvert and the bullfish program, they have asked for that one to be replaced. Moving forward, you can kind of see the larger 2026 budget. So we're trying to find the philosophy. So when we're figuring out which bridge structures we want to replace and put in our program, we focus on structures with low ratings, high maintenance costs, or weight restrictions. We are looking at attempting the one on North Fork Road that's restricted down, it's about kilometer 25 on North Fork Road. So that's a higher cost in there. However, it'll take a couple of years for engineering, and if it's not high priority in the next few years based on council's plan, then we will find another one that is restricted. But that's the philosophy we follow. Just a general overview, we do have just under 170 bridge structures and bridge culverts. Once a culvert hits 1,500 millimeters in diameter, that's when it is inspected through Alberta Transportation. And based on those inspections is how we kind of create our program moving forward.
Great. Questions, Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. We said a lot of these are a carryover from last year, but I don't see them in work in progress. They have their own thing, so.
Ms. Sarno?
Yes, so because this is one of the, excuse me, programs that has its own restricted surplus account, we would just not we would only withdraw from that account the amount that's spent in 2023, and then the next 2024's draw would come out. So even though, say, 2023's budget was $5 million, if only $2.5 million was spent, then only $2.5 million would come out of that restricted surplus account. So the work in progress has been typically for things that are funded through tax revenue, so that we don't re-tax for those things. Things that are funded through restricted surplus already don't require to go into work in progress. So, and in the work in progress will always have to be there for the operating programs, because those are always funded through tax revenue, or typically. Hopefully we can eliminate capital projects going into work in progress and have them funded through either a public works capital restricted surplus, and like I said earlier, the three that are identified as hard to fund through a restricted surplus because they are annual programs, much like an operating program, is the gravel road rehab, the IT capital, and the road construction admin costs. So those we need to treat. I haven't totally decided on the best way to treat those yet, but if we fund them through restricted surplus, the money would go in and come out in the same year, or we have to identify them separately somehow so that you can see that and be transparent about how they are funded, that they're funded through tax revenue. Operating, it's very clear that that's funded through tax revenue because the tax comes in, the operating expenses go out. But because those are by accounting standards, capital projects and the capital costs, it's just a little trickier to show that on that 4-year summary page. So I'm just struggling with how to identify that properly.
Supplementary to this specifically. Sorry, I'm a little bit confused just because I look at the work in progress account and I go, okay, cool. Those are things we've done the engineering for, we planned for them the year before. They're not things that we can actually balance our budget by adjusting. But that's not necessarily the case then, because not all carryover projects are actually in the work in progress section, they're scattered throughout. So
Correct.
which of these bridges then are part of work in progress, and which are ones that can actually be delayed if we need to do that?
It's the ones, I guess, that's the discussion that council needs to have is $4 million and rely heavily on the experts, on the administration. Is $4 million gonna keep up with our bridge reconstruction? And is that the amount that we want to fund bridge reconstruction throughout the years? The identifying single projects and just moving them to balance 1 year isn't going to help the 10-year capital, and it's not going to accomplish and have success for future councils in having to balance and find funding for projects that if we move single projects into future years, then a future council or a future strategic planning committee will have to find funding for those structures. It's not that those responsibilities go away.
Oh, okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you actually don't want us to really dig into the project specifically. You want to be like, yeah, we're willing to give you $4 million a year, you can figure out what to do with it, or we're willing to give you $3.5 million a year, you can figure out what to do with it. Like, do you not want us to actually dig into these at all?
Yeah, absolutely. You can talk about each of the projects individually and talk about what the philosophy is on reconstruction of those bridges. And administration will help guide those decisions as far as what consequences come from putting certain projects off or not. But the overall philosophy of having to keep these bridges in service over their life requires a certain amount every year. And if we put off single projects in a year, then it just puts the burden further down.
Thank you.
Mr. Edmonds, would you like to make a comment in regards to how
Thank you. I was just gonna expand on what Ron has already explained very well. This is the number that represents the infrastructure we have. There are many different decisions within council's purview that could adjust that number. Kate talked about 1963 south of James River Store. Economically, the right decision is to let it fall in. There's a perfectly unrestricted bridge 1 mile away that can accommodate all the industry traffic, and that should economically become a no exit road. Politically, that is a fail. The people down there have been very vocal and come to the table saying that's an extremely important bridge to the long-term sustainability of James River Hall, the farming community down there. So administration has gone through great work keeping status quo. That cost could be elevated and underslung could be provided, which would greatly enhance the cost of repairs and bring that 10-tone rating up. But it's not worth it when you've got an unrestricted bridge 1 mile away. But if council reduced this number, there are things we could do to extend the life of a bridge. You'd see right now, with the work in the past, the restricted bridge list has gone dramatically down. With restricted funds, that would go back up and then strangle industry that is 92% of what we rely on. And those are the conversations that, you know, are important for council. But absolutely, it could be adjusted. It just, what do you want it to look like?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that. Actually, that was, I remember in past term that we had added $1 million to the James River Bridge just to do that. And I'm looking again and it's another 2.8 and I'm like going, we just keep band-aiding some of this. And I agree with you. This is politically what the residents want. But at the end of the day, it's like, we're not fixing it. Like, it's not a permanent fix what we're putting in. So I do struggle with that. Councillor Lloyd.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. I think it's already been, much of what I was going to suggest was already touched on. Ultimately, just understanding what we're getting with that James River Bridge repair or stabilization or however we're characterizing, looks like it's outside of the 10-year plan anyway, so that gives us another 10 years or more? Or what are we anticipating with this investment? Because it is sizable, and knowing that discussion has circulated for many years, I'm looking back, perhaps a couple councils back, the best decision would have been to replace it, because we're same dollars now, pretty much, after stabilization and everything that's occurred over the last 10 years or so.
Director Hagan.
Anyway, sorry, my question
sorry,
really
Direct-
was just what are we getting with the 2.8?
Director Hansen.
Go ahead. You want to speak to it?
Oh, Ms. Brigham.
Based on the report that we got in 2023, it should extend it about 10 to 15 years. So that's why you don't see it on the next 10-year plan. However, there's always caveats. We do have a lot of overloads on this bridge. So once we have an overload, we'll go and inspect it to see if there's any further damage. However, according to the report from the engineer, it's about 10 to 15 years.
And that's a primary consideration there. Is there any technology out there? We have photo radar cameras now. We have cameras that anticipate speeds, all those things, and then have a process of indicating, you know, what the vehicle was, who the owner of that vehicle was by the license plate. And is there technology that would perhaps get a weight and a license plate number, and then the opportunity to enforce that you know, load restriction that's there, because we don't want to have a $3 million investment destroyed by somebody deciding it's 2 a.m. on a Sunday that I can probably just go across this bridge rather than drive the extra 2 miles.
Short answer, no, Councillor Lloyd. Unfortunately, with photo radar for speeding, absolutely every day. For overloads, absolutely not. There's no way other than to have a physical CPO weigh that truck to know whether that tanker is half full, empty, loaded, and if indeed they do exceed. And then it's too argumentative by how much, which is what a ticket, an overload is rated on. So even if a picture showed a B train empty, you know it exceeds 10 ton, but it isn't ticketable because how much? So it's not enforceable. You need a physical body there. I will say that our CPOs have done an amazing job on catching overloads. Little plug, even though we're one down. It's a large municipality, and they've caught a number of overloads on that particular bridge regardless. But the constant breaking of rules absolutely is a direct impact to the longevity of that bridge.
Yeah.
Councillor Lloyd.
If you go on YouTube, there's a municipality in a country not here that essentially created a trap. It's like a trap door. If that thing exceeds that weight, it just drops 3 feet, and there it sits.
Until the CPOs show up to give them some.
It would be a tourist attraction. I think it could be a great investment. Anyway, I just wondered if there was any solution.
Yeah, exactly. My head was going there. Deputy Reeve Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. So, thank you for the update on the bridges. So does that mean that 2024, based on the fact that 78211 bridge is paid by AEP, is actually $6,261,000, not the $7,491,000?
We have to go back to the funding strategy for those bridges.
Okay, because I'm looking at this one.
Yeah, that would be just a summary of the costs, whereas.
Of the bridges in general.
You'd have to go to the funding page.
This is the only one I have.
Page 71.
Anyway, but for the purposes of this slide, when I go through them, it looks like all the rest are coming out of bridge rehab. So then that bottom number, if you were to separate the two out, is actually $6,261,000 coming out of bridge rehab, not $7,491,000. Because 1.23 is coming from AEP. Thank you.
Ms. Serha?
Yes, so we have to show the revenue separate from the expenditures so that we know how much we're spending on the bridges. So the dollars being spent on the bridges is 7.4, and the grant funding is $1.2 million for that program. And as you can see, the balance to fund that program over the 10 years is 35 million, and then so that's how we get to the $3.5 million per year to fund the bridge structure program over 10 years.
Councillor Lowy?
Thank you, and then maybe this, I'm going back to the James River Bridge again, just because I think it's something that's kind of circulated for so many years, worth having a discussion. I don't believe it's possible to say no to maintaining that bridge. I can see the rationale behind keeping it open to kind of local traffic, light, residential, that kind of thing. To replace that with a non-band type structure, I know it's probably not fair, but just to get, when I'm trying to communicate to residents why they're concerned about the expenditures on bridges, we're trying to find middle ground here, trying to find a balance between the long-term ultimate solution to this and, you know, something that is workable. Is there a number that we could put to a new bridge?
Ms. Regler?
Based off the cost per square meter in 2022, it would be approximately 9.2 million.
About 6 million reasons not to.
9.2, it's actually in the binder right there, under the notes, so you don't need to write it down, it's already there for you.
Yeah, it's on the,
Oh, is it?
it's down in the,
Oh,
in the main projects broke out section.
okay.
Yeah, high level
Thank
based
you.
on the current length of it. If we replace it, most likely we'll get longer, based on riprap, the sloping of the banks and stuff like that, but high level based on 22 costs and stuff.
Okay. Thank you for that, and sorry for not reading that part. I was too busy adding up all these numbers together to try to get a total, so.
All right. If there's no further questions in regards to bridges, okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. So the 3.578 million, whatever, needed to continue this program, does that take into account any grant funding available at all? No?
No.
Okay.
Just the 1.2 million that we have secured
Yeah.
because they're so unpredictable as to whether, Clearwater County's been very fortunate, like I said in my opening yesterday, that we do receive some funding from provincial coffers historically, but that they're getting further and harder to get. The reason I think we've been successful is because the number of bridge structures that Clearwater County is responsible for.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you.
If we're done talking about bridges, I just see the next one here is gravel rehab, so I'll be recusing myself and I'll just continue as I did yesterday after this one, if council's okay with that, and just leave the room and not say this every time.
Okay, so I would respectfully ask that we just have a 10-minute break right now and,
Yes.
and fill up our coffee cups. And welcome back from our break. Just before the break, we were going to go on to the next topic, which is gravel road rehab and public works infrastructure. And I believe that Councillor Graham's going to recuse herself for this particular area. I've just reflected over the what we've been going through, and so as we get through these, I guess maybe we're still focused on 2024 as far as everything that has been outlined for us. But I'll just reiterate what Ms. Sorahan has said at the beginning, like it's the big picture that we need to keep focused on too, as well as where these projects are gonna go in the future. So I think 2024 has been well laid out. If there's a few areas that we need to talk about, we can do that as we're going through, or like as mentioned, we can talk about it on January 15th at our next strategic planning meeting. So anyways, so I'll turn the floor back to you, Mr. Hand, for the gravel road rehab.
Thank you. So, again, gravel road rehab has typically been funded like an operating program because it's the same year over year cost to the municipality. So we can fund this one of two ways. We could fund an average cost, as the cost will likely increase slightly year over year, or we can just fund the portion for that current year. So Alana, can I have you bring up that 4-year, sorry. Yeah, in Teams to the Office of the CAO. Thanks. So the bottom line there was the $10 million surplus that needed to be allocated to programs, with the additional allocation from 2023 of being $4 million. And then capital funded items through tax revenue, that's that $5,619,573. Oh, actually, I just have gravel road rehab in there, I'll have to. And road construction, may have missed IT capital, put that in also. So these are the items that are year over year kind of costs. So to take them out of the surplus that's generated through operations, because those items aren't identified through the operations. And then adding back in the summer games and taking out the asphalt overlay. Sorry, I think I got the wrong one up on my screen. And the bridge reconstruction program of $3,500,000 leaves, after we get done discussing the gravel road rehab, leaves additional $7.6 million to be allocated yet. And that's not adjusting revenues at all yet also. So there's other ways that we're going to see to fund these projects, but these first projects that we're talking about are programs, capital programs, are the ones that again are those basic service levels that have been a priority for councils year over year over year. But again, any of the changes to the service levels or how these programs look, we'll be going through those in the strategic planning committee meetings coming up in 2024, really focusing on the future of these service levels and what's being funded through them. So I'll turn the floor over to Director Hansen if he has any specifics that he wants to talk about through the gravel road rehab program.
Director Hansen?
Well, I guess as a summary, we've talked about this program year after year, and we've actually, heard testimonials of the benefits of the program. It reduces our maintenance costs. The driving factor, for rehab is our road standards policy, is that we're trying to provide a safe, effective transportation system, utilizing local contractors. It's a huge benefit to the community as we hire all local contractors to do our day labor work. We have two very efficient and capable construction foremen that manage those day labor contractors. A lot of interest, even with the busyness of the industry, we're still able to complement, have enough crews to accomplish our program. Weather was still again, another fair weather program, as I like to call it. That's my new term. I made that up yesterday. I love it. We can only do what we can during fair weather days. They got a lot of work done last year, but there were some struggles. And the nice part about this program is the flexibility. In the event of fires, floods, any other major events that we need to reallocate our in-house resources, the expertise of those foremen, day labor crews, we can park the gravel road rehab program and respond to those other events. So it's great. The $5 million, I'm gonna call it block funded. As you can see, it's only like a 0.5% inflationary increase over the course of the 10 years. We don't, even though every year we revisit the equipment rates, we make sure that we provide a fair but economical rate to our contractors. We try to create that balance of that, if it's a local program, you're working in the municipality, we're not gonna pay oil field rates and the availability of the equipment. There are some contractors that won't work for our rates because oil field rates are available, but we're still able to get contractors to do the work. So I think we have the right number and not overpaid. We review that every year with council. There again, I think the question that Councillor Lougheed brings up, just about annually there, is this in perpetuity? We have 1,900 kilometers of gravel road, that it really is a program that needs to continue in order to maintain our roadways. If it isn't a gravel road rehab, as in, deconstructing the road, getting those soft subsoil materials out, it's actually doing a major reshaping in order to bring the shoulders back in. Over the years of maintenance, they just generally get wider, and they're again increased maintenance costs. So we go in there with a more robust crew to actually bring those shoulders back in, get that gravel road to a narrower width, reducing maintenance costs, etc. So I think it's a very valuable program, and it has a lot of merit. It hits on a lot of points. I've provided the map of the 3-year plan, which is subject to change. We do our road assessments annually. We evaluate condition, discussions with our grader operators, grader foremen, that help us establish that priority list. And then because of our freeze-thaw nature that we have in this province, those priorities can change. And then, so we adjust accordingly to react to the worst of the worst. We've been very fortunate in the past couple of years that we haven't had to close roads or put up safety fence in a boggy spot in the middle of one of our county roads. We're doing most of the worst. Most of the worst roads are behind us, but we do have still an inventory of roads that need to be repaired. So I guess that's my summary of the program and how important it is. $5 million is a healthy investment. We understand that, but that has not, like I say, increased inflationary even to what we've seen over the last 5 years. I say it's been a very small increase, and as you can see, the 10-year plan continues with that. So we're actually doing less with about the same amount of money because our costs are going up, our gravel inventory costs are going up, our contracted services. I have not seen a reduction in our equipment rates in the 15 years that I've been here. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yep. And thank you for the map, because this is very indicative of maybe the areas that are needing, and like every program, you guys are monitoring what needs to be done in a timely way, and in an efficient way too, because we want to work crews around where it's more efficient. So any questions in regards to the map? Because the blue, green, and purple indicate the next 3 years as far as where the roads are going to be rehab. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Oh, I get to go first. I thought it was
Sure.
be Deputy Reeve. Ultimately, my question, and as a perspective, is that I think this is largely accounting, how we have to fix these roads. We have to do that work. Do we show it as an operational cost, or is there a benefit doing as we're doing, putting it into the tangible capital asset bank and topping that up or accounting for it that way? Is that why we're doing it this way as opposed to just being an operational thing of pouring gravel in one end and fuel in one end and keeping our community moving? Actually, my question is just, is it a sounder accounting principle to do it this way?
Yes, it's legislated through the public sector accounting standards. If the costs are creating an asset that extends the useful life of the asset, it needs to be done this way, and that's why that's why the trickiness in the ability to be transparent about those costs, even though they're annual, and you need the priority. This has been the priority of councils. Roads is the backbone of this municipality, so this program is like an operating program in that it happens year over year. However, based on accounting standards, it needs to be capitalized and amortized over the extension of the useful life for those assets, especially if you're digging up a road and disposing of that road and building a brand new one in there. So that's why it's done this way.
And would that be the distinction then between what's being discussed here and a graveling or a winter graveling program?
Correct.
Is that would be the
Correct.
distinction?
So graveling is just annual maintenance that happens, and you're not extending the life of that road at all. You're just making sure that road performs for the life it was intended. And then when you dig it up and rebuild it, then it's extending that life. Then that road should last longer than it would if you didn't dig it up and do that work.
And I understand there's some shade here, like shades of gray,
Yeah.
in that there is roadside maintenance that
Yeah.
kind of, so if
Yeah.
we do some ditching, if we do mowing, if we do brushing, that
Those are all
that's
all
close.
maintenance. Yeah.
Those are close to being the same
Yeah.
things as we're discussing here.
What-
It's providing
Yeah.
long-term benefit to that road structure and the safety, all those things that are considered.
Yes.
Why we're doing this, I just kind of, I know there's going to
Yeah.
be things that are, on a balance point of should they fit in this category, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah.
So I can
Yeah.
communicate that to
Absolutely.
somebody if I was ever asked that question.
Absolutely.
Mr. Emmons?
So if I may, and I think Rhonda touched on it, but if I can expand and maybe help for any of the ratepayers that ask you, Councillor Lahid, what expands the life of the road? The last bit of programs you talked about, improve the safety, improve the drainage, doesn't get into the base work. Opening up a road, gutting it, new fill, raising the grade, these expand the life. Whereas those other things really fall more under maintenance. They improve the rideability, they improve sight lines, safety aspects, do nothing for the base, the core of the road, if that distinction helps. And absolutely, there's gray areas and everything, but if that distinction helps define, that's more.
And I appreciate, and I know that the challenges with it, because I could just think of crack sealing or pothole filling. Yeah, you could probably make an argument for that as well. But I just want to make sure that those larger strokes are being associated with a capital asset as opposed to a operational item. So that's good. Thank you.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. That actually explained like the main part of my question as well, because I'm just like, that doesn't really make sense why every other staff member is technically operational, but this staff member has to be capitalized. So that does help. It also makes it very confusing. I mean, I'm not an accountant, so does that mean then that any individual that is working on an item that then has to have that item be amortized, technically their salary needs to then be put in a capital. So really, Director Hansen's entire department should really be in a capital line item. Like, almost all of his stuff is either extending the life of something or building something that then needs to be amortized.
Yeah, so part of it, and that's that group of employees that are in that road construction admin line that you see above the gravel road rehab there. Those are those employees that are working on extending the useful life of infrastructure. The other ones fall within his public works operations infrastructure operations budget, which are the ones that are working for facilities or working on road permitting or those types of operational duties that are, that are considered operational costs. They stay in public works infrastructure, his operational budget. But the majority are in this road construction admin.
And this is where the gray comes in, because really, if you didn't do permitting, we'd have large, wide, heavy loads on all of our road network, and it would be making that life of that road that much shorter anyway. Like, so that's where the gray comes in, where it's not quite black and white.
Well, there's gray more about what is extending the useful life. Permitting is definitely an operational cost. It's like shoulder pull. It probably extends the life of an asset a little bit, but really, if you didn't do that maintenance, it wouldn't last the life that it's supposed to. So those are the grayer areas. It's the things that could, and those are the things that our audit team identify and really have good discussions with our director team and our accounting team and make sure that we're following the accounting sector or the public sector accounting standards. And that's really our rule book as far as whether it goes into asset capital or the operating budget.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excellent explanation, Rhonda, but maybe to put it in more layman's terms, you got your car and you expect that car to last, let's assume 10 years. Oil changes, is that extending the life of the car? No, but just as Rhonda explained, if you don't do the oil changes, it's not gonna last that 10 years. That's a maintenance cost. If your engine blows after 2 years to replace that engine, maybe it extends it, but you're probably just gonna get that 10 years out, right? You get to the 10-year point and you say, you know what, the chassis is still in good shape, but the engine and transmission have had it. You replace those and you say, I can get another 5 or 10 years out of this vehicle. That's capital, because now you've extended that life. All those things we do just to make sure that it lasts the original estimated life, that's all maintenance, it's all operating. So absolutely, none of this is black and white. You get into shades of gray, that's where professional judgment comes in. That's where we have discussions and we're challenged by our auditors as to the choices and decisions that we've made from an accounting perspective and why we chose to treat something a certain way. So essentially, you know, we apply that professional judgment and make those calls go through. That's why not all of Eric's staff fall in here, because some are doing those maintenance type of things. The facility activities that we do just to keep the plumbing working and keep the heat working and so forth. That's not extending the life, it's just making sure that it still works today. They build an addition on, absolutely. Now we've got more capacity in the building, we need to capitalize that. So I don't mean to get into an accounting lesson, but hopefully I try and take it back to things I can get my head around, like fixing cars and stuff. And just put it in that perspective. Are we just keeping it going, or are we really increasing the ability of this car, or are we just making sure that it lasts as long as we thought it would?
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions in regards to the graveling road rehab? All right.
Okay, the next section we're gonna focus on is the fleet. And the fleet is guided by the fleet management plan. And the first portion is everything, ag, community, CPOs, public works, planning, assessment, and corporate services. are within this fleet management plan. And the only thing that's not identified in the fleet management plan is the fire, because they just have a different management plan. So, in 2024, you can see there's $4.4 million being spent on fleet. Proceeds on sale is one of the revenue sources for this program, because if we trade in a vehicle, that generates a trade value that's considered revenue. And the other items, of course, are things, because this is one of the items that was funded through tax revenue previously, majority, there is some carry forward into 2023, from 2023 into 2024 of 610,000. So the balance to fund this management plan is just about $21 million. So the annual funding required for this program would be $2.1 million a year. And you can see how it dips, and like in 2024, the costs are 4.4, whereas in 2029, that's probably the low year at 1.7. So to average those out, just makes sense at $2.1 million, so that the tax revenue generated year over year is similar. And I'll turn it over to Kurt or any of the other directors that want to speak to any of the details in any of those programs, but.
All right, question from Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you very much, Reeve Swanson. I see this as a very high view overview of this. I would assume that since this fleet has many different pieces of equipment which might fit in different classifications, that it's not amortized as a group, or is it amortized as a group?
No, there's different useful lives for each piece of equipment or each vehicle, depending on its use. So a loader might get 15 years or 12 years, whereas a pickup in Public Works might get, and I'm just using numbers off the top of my head, that would get a longer use than, say, a CPO vehicle would probably only be 5 years, whereas a vehicle that's just transporting people from spot to spot would have a longer useful life. So each piece of equipment is itemized on our asset list and amortized based on its use and how long the organization expects to get out of that piece of equipment. Sometimes we get longer than the useful life, and then there's the amortization is finished. There's no more transaction on the statement of operations for that amortization, because it's been fully amortized and we're still using it. That doesn't mean, you know, as soon as it gets to be fully amortized that we just ditch it. We continue to use it as long as it's able to be used within the fleet, and sometimes it moves from department to department, especially with those CPO vehicles that aren't suitable to be used for that purpose anymore, but they're still suitable for another use. So then we just move them to a different department.
And thank you, and I appreciate that explanation. I think that's one of the true efficiencies of a large organization like this, that we can extract the full value out of almost every piece of equipment we have in our fleet, and I think that's where a large organization like this has a lot of efficiency. So thank you for that.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Would we have the opportunity during a strategic planning day, I know that today we do not have time for this, but to go through the fleet management plan in more detail? Like we have to go through how many fire trucks, what they do, their justification, what NFPA number justifies why we need to change that out at 20 years or 25 or whatever. But I actually don't even know how many loaders we have. I don't even know how many pickups we have. I don't even know any of those things, and yet we're funding, you know, $4.4 million on equipment. I have no idea how many of these things there are. So I'd love to have the opportunity at some point, probably in a strategic planning, to actually go through that and dig deeper into it, to understand better.
All right, Mr. Magnus.
Yeah, we can definitely do that at a future strategic planning committee of the whole meeting in 2024. This document, the fleet and equipment management plan, is online. and it's a fluid document. We try to update it as much as possible, and it does list every piece of equipment in there. So if you're curious, and it does categorize it out in terms of how many pickups there are, et cetera, et cetera. So it's right in there for both council to look at and of course our ratepayers as well. So yeah, we can definitely do that if that be the committee's wish to forward that recommendation to council. We can bring that to the strategic plan committee meeting.
Okay. Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, I have gone through the document, but having the opportunity to ask questions on why is a grader good for this long and why isn't it good for this long and why are we only having, like, it'd be nice to actually have the conversation about it at some point. So, thanks.
Ms. Serhan?
Yep, and again, these are the vehicles and equipment that are required to keep the service levels where they're at. And again, if a change happens in the service levels, then this number would change, so.
See no further lights. Carry on.
Okay, then the next section is the fire apparatus. The projected balance is at December 31st, is $3.8 million. This is the one restricted surplus account that we've been pretty good at estimating what the annual costs are, and by we, I mean the fire services staff. So they've done a really great job of having this 10-year plan for what is required to provide those services, that equipment, the apparatus, the vehicles, and so the analysis tells a story of about $600,000 based on this 10-year outlook. So if in year 11 or year 12 there's a larger piece of equipment that would bump that average up, we wouldn't see that on the 10-year capital plan until it reaches the 10-year capital plan, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. And then if we have 3 years of less purchases, then that bumps that average down. So even though this 10-year outlook is saying 600,000, we could do that for this year, and then we would continually look at this number year over year and make sure that it's still consistent with what the 10-year average is, because some of the equipment in the fire services is 20-year life. So there would be some pieces of equipment that aren't on the 10-year capital plan that might be more expensive. But again, that's the benefit of having a 10-year capital plan, is that once it hits that 10-year capital plan, you have 10 years to fund it, so.
That's great. Any questions in regards to fire apparatus? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. The FRS 040 WUI pickup, is that coming through as part of the WUI grant, or is that having to be covered by Clearwater?
Director Hager.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members of the Strategic Planning Committee. It's the first time I got to speak today, so I thought I'd say hello. In terms of the WUI grant, it only covers operational costs, so no, that would not be grant covered. This would be a cost that we're looking for in terms of capital that would be funded by Clearwater County. The proposed funding source for that dollar amount is going to be up to council, of course, but administration is proposing that it comes through some of that deployment revenue, surplus revenue. So that would be then funded through our either fire training or fire equipment reserve. So at surplus time to take some of that money from deployment and put it back into that capital. The reason why I'm proposing this, and of course my team obviously brought that as a suggestion, for a few reasons. One, the truck that they used when the program started in 2019 was something that had met its life cycle in our normal system, which Rhonda aptly spoke to in terms of how it's amortized. So we kind of used an existing vehicle in the fleet and added that capital component of $20,000 to put the skid in the back. And that was when we thought the program would be 1 year.
and then it was extended a couple months, and then it was extended another year, then it was extended a couple months, and then now we're into a 3-year program. So the intent is to have something that's size suited for the type of use. So it's a 1-ton diesel type vehicle likely, and knowing that that truck also travels across the province as well as another reason to have that replaced in fleet. Now, if the program ceased to exist after 2025, when we're grant funded to, that vehicle could be either repurposed into fleet, we leave that up to the fleet manager to determine its best use, or sold at auction is typically the other way which things are dispersed from Clearwater County. So in terms of the specs of the truck itself, obviously I'll leave that up to the subject matter expert, but the intent was to have something for the time period and utilizing those deployment revenues to put back into that equipment and programming. And I know it's not a capital discussion item, but I did talk with admin, and we kind of ran the math, rough numbers on the invoices versus the expenses related to all of the deployments, whether it was we or otherwise of Clearwater County staff. And we're looking at that $350,000-400,000 expected surplus, because that's not something we budget for. So that's money that council will make a decision come April or May next year, if I'm not mistaken, and determine which reserves you want to put that surplus into.
Okay, thank you. Supplementary?
I have others if nobody else does. Training tower pump trailer, is the retired 901 no longer being used as the pump for the training center? Or is this to act as hydrant pump system?
Just to answer that question, Deputy Reef, for the truck that is currently being used at the training tower right now, it is a truck that's out of its regular life cycle service that we've repurposed in the time being as we've taken on the new training tower and continued to build on different phases. One of the things as a service we wanted to look at was pre-planning for the future and also having the ability to have a multi-purpose tool, I guess would be the best way to put it, and looking at another apparatus to purchase for just a training tower or taking another truck out would have a large expenditure associated with it. One of the things we've researched is some of our neighboring partners, they have a pump trailer that they use instead of a pump house or instead of an apparatus that can actually be a dual purpose item that we could potentially use in an emergency or during wildfires or any other things. So when we looked at the cost of one of those versus a truck versus the maintenance costs and insurance and everything to keep an additional apparatus in the fleet, this was the most cost-effective way that we wanted to propose that as an option.
Thank you. Is 901 still able to be used?
I do believe 901 is the old number. We've changed some numbers around. 901 is actually one of our command units.
Sorry.
But yeah, I think it's 911 is the fleet number on that one. But that truck is still sitting at our training tower right now to be utilized as needed. But it's also a truck that is serviceable, so if we were to pull a truck out of service or we were to have an unfortunate incident, we could actually put that truck in to still serve the community as needed.
Thank you. I have one more if nobody else does.
Go ahead.
The structure protection contents, does insurance not cover that, or is that also deployment requirement? The 120,000 for structure protection trailer contents?
That's a great question. Thank you, Deputy Reeve. The structure protection trailer contents would be brand new contents, so pumps, hoses, sprinklers, that would add to the existing complement of structure protection trailers that we have. So we currently have the one, and then we have the use of the one that the Summer Village owns, that we have an MOU for. This would be a third structure protection trailer. The one that's been replaced under a life cycle, it has some use, probably not to drag across the province in terms of a deployment, but for local use. So that's something that they suggested we could keep the existing trailer itself and then build a new structure protection trailer that would make our available trailers in Clearwater County up to 3, 2 of which we would own and 1 which we borrow from the Summer Village and also maintain on their behalf. And add to as their grant dollars allow, which they actually had some extra funding that we were able to put some more pumps into it this year. It is at council's discretion if they choose to fund this, of course. Again, proposed to come funded through those deployment revenues.
So investing that back into the community for emergency protection. And then just one other note, I know when we were dealing with the Black Mountain Fire a couple years ago, and our WUI crews and fire staff had come up with the planning for the sprinkler systems for the north side, that would require 5 structure protection trailers. And so, and then of course the staff to use them and man them and put them on buildings. That would be sourced through either access to provincial structure protection trailers or other mutual aid partners, like for instance, Red Deer County's trailer came and was staged in Nordegg for us to be used. So we do have options for getting structure protection trailers through mutual aid, and we pay for those as a fee, of course. But will they always be available? It'll be depending on the state of the province, and I think this is one of the years where we feel like we may not have gotten a resource as quickly as we would have needed if the time came. So we're fortunate to have the few that we have here, and if we can add to that and keep an existing trailer a few more years with the contents to do some of that sprinkler protection, that was the recommendation from the fire service.
Excellent, thank you. I think that particularly with the fire season that we had the last few years, I think we can dig into, since we've opened up our land use bylaw, there might be some opportunities there for us to protect some of our particularly westerly communities, so that hopefully we won't need as many structure protection trailers, that 5 you're suggesting potentially, that we can work it into our land use bylaw.
Yeah, you bet. And for now, not suggesting just the ones we have currently available to us, and then adding the contents to this third one.
And having those relationships is important, and looking at the forecasts of what the weather that's been this past winter, and you know, I would believe that the risk will be imminent unless we get 4 feet of snow and or 10 inches of rain. Who knows what can come. Did you want to add to this, Mr. Hemp?
I'll let,
Okay, yeah, okay. Councillor Lohi?
Actually, I kind of forgot where I'm going with this. It's something to do with service levels, but as far as the line around fire apparatus, that budgeting 800,000 a year, I think that's probably a reasonable projection. I don't have any issue with that as long as the dog still has spots. I'm good.
Perfect. All right.
So I just wanted to expand a little bit on Director Hagert's mention of the deployment revenue. It totally is something we do not budget for. We don't budget for our staff to be responding outside of our municipality. But of course, if we do have volunteers and staff available to respond outside of our borders, we gladly send them to help our neighbors and help with those emergency response. We're rewarded through payment of those services through the other municipalities or sometimes through the province, and those funds typically have gone back into the fire services training, either the facility or the items that are required to do that training. It's a good benefit. It's those members that feel the pain when part of their team is deployed elsewhere, and it gives them the opportunity to learn and be a valuable member in our community. And so that is how those funds have been treated in the past, and there is funds available for the 3 items that are on the list in 2024 to be fully funded through the deployment revenues. And like Director Hagert mentioned, it is net of the expenses. Like, we pay the volunteers out of that money, and this is the money that's left over from that.
Excellent. All right, no more for the red lights. We can continue on with IT capital.
IT capital, yeah, that's why I didn't have it in my other one, because it's coming up.
There you go.
So I think this is the kind of the last category. Oh no, one more. Before we get to another kind of summary as to where we are in the big picture, but IT capital is a program that's funded historically through tax revenue, because similar to gravel road rehab, in that that's kind of the backbone of our municipality. It's the backbone of how our staff perform their duties. Is leaning heavily on technology, more so every year as we go into the future. So this is another item that should be identified as being funded through capital, but I would say we would have a section that's kind of those year-over-year costs that are kind of similar. So gravel road rehab, the road construction admin costs, and the IT capital equipment. So over 10 years, it's $2.8 million carried forward from 2023. And again, this is carried forward because it was funded through tax revenue. So of 167,000, the balance to fund is 2,674,000. So that's 270,000-ish per year to be funded through tax revenue, similar to gravel road rehab. And I'll turn it over to Director Hagan if he has any specifics he wants to talk about the program.
Director Hagan?
Thank you, Ms. Serhan. Just a couple of points. Ms. Serhan, I think, captured it accurately that, again, based on our service levels, and our service level is very much internal to the organization. These are the capital items that we need to replace or acquire in order to maintain that service. Just a couple things I wanted to touch on, the audio video streaming. It's looking at doing some upgrades in this room to our technology. You probably noticed these projectors keep blinking on and off. That's one of the things that we're hoping to actually address before the end of the year, but it will spill over into next year as well, and look at replacing some equipment. We may look at putting some monitors in here as opposed to the projectors and screens, so just a flavor of that. I also wanted to touch on the fiber to the landfill scale house. I know that was a question that was raised in a council meeting. I hadn't heard very much on that. I had assumed mistakenly that we must be done it, but apparently there's about a week's worth of work there that we can't commence because we can't get the permits from the province, given that it's on Crown land. So we're patiently waiting that this is gonna spill over into 2024. So again, it's not gonna take us long to get there. We just need the go ahead and the green light to actually do it. So unless there's any other questions.
Any other questions? Deputy Reeve Melha?
Sorry, thank you. I just was looking forward to 2026. Do we really spend $100,000 to United Postal Service?
Uninterrupted power supplies.
Perfect, thank you. I could not figure out what UPS was stood for. I was just like, the only thing I could come up with was, I'm like, holy man, we do a lot of shipping. So thank you so much.
This isn't just ones at the desktops, we have those as well, but this will be the ones for our servers, so that if power goes out, our servers keep going, because that's the heartbeat of our systems.
So Generex generators or whatever they are.
Well, this will be the battery backup as well. So it'll go to a battery first, and then we'd look at the generator to be providing power so that we can recharge those batteries. But we don't want to wait for a generator to cut in, or we'll lose connectivity. So right away, the batteries kick in and there's no interruption in the power, then we look to the generator to supply temporary power.
That is way more technical than United Postal Service.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, so the next one is the gravel stores. So this is the account that funds purchase of land that is identified as having gravel stores on it. There's two purchases being budgeted in the 10-year capital plan, one in 2025 and one in 2030, and it would bring this account to zero or close to zero. Okay. Oh, there's a couple more here, sorry. Cell development. So this is one that's, you know.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Mr.
sorry.
there
Yep.
was a question.
No, it's
Me
fine.
again. Gravel stores. Is there an opportunity for us to move the gravel resource management into this line item? Because it really is the same thing. One's just out looking for it, one's developing it. The 180,000 that's for resource management, that's in operating.
Yeah, so again,
here?
this is because it's an accounting standard. you have sometimes where you're looking but don't actually capitalize, there's no gravel there and there's no inventory to charge it to. So that's why the exploration is not capitalized. It's put through the operations, but if there is exploration and gravel is found and we go ahead with the purchase, then those costs are identified into inventory and come out through these gravel stores. I mean, you can, council's purview to fund the 180,000 every year through this gravel stores, but then there would have to be some other funding source for the two planned purchases in 2025 and 2030 for the additional gravel that's being anticipated and being purchased in those 2 years.
Thank you. The reason I ask is because the 180,000 comes out of tax revenue, so then playing with that will actually help balance budgets, and we don't actually use the 180 that I've seen yet. Like, it's, like last year was 40 something, I'd have to go back and look at it, but yet we're taxing based on if it would be 180,000, when really we're not utilizing 180,000. So I just was trying to find a better way to
Yeah.
figure that out.
So sometimes we don't use it for sure, but again, that's one of those ways that we generate, or it contributes to those surpluses at the end of the year. So this year, at the end of 2023, we're anticipating $4 million surplus. Again, it's like less than 4% of our total budget, but it goes a long way to funding those additional capital assets and purchases in future years. So if we tighten up the operating budget, then there would be less surplus available to fund those capital assets in future years. And we would just have to bump up those planned transfers probably.
Thank you.
Right. So cell development, these funds are collected within the revenue generated through the use of the landfill for external customers, and then topped up by Clearwater County ratepayer usage through the county's general revenues. This fund is projected to be zero after building a new cell at the landfill in 2028. And it's $350,000 that's set aside every year for that project.
Question, is cell development getting more expensive too? Like, I know is there an inflationary cost to this as well? Do you feel like, because that's still 5 years away, 4 years away?
Yeah, the last time when we built the cell two, I think it was 3.2 million, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we are building some, taking account for inflation, yeah. So I think like Mr. Ann said, 3.5 million would be pretty reasonable, we believe.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lahi?
And that reserve will be built to that amount by 2028, so there's a balance there then.
Correct, yeah. Yep. Okay. So the next one is West Country Roads, and this is one of the restricted surplus accounts that's managed through a policy, and the policy is $300,000 annually until there's set aside to complete the next West Country or Industry Road project as identified through Public Works. So I don't know if Director Hansen would like to speak to that.
I'm just gonna do a recap of the conversation that we had at the last strategic planning, is that the $300,000 a year for the North Fork Road project, for example, about $3.1 million is what the estimate is. There again, high-level estimate, we have some inflationary account in there, but it's until we actually get out to detailed design, you know, to quantify actually what we're dealing with there. It's an estimate. But even at the dirty math says that it's still $300,000 under budgeted for where it is in the timeline. So it kind of boiled down to the question that we had with the committee was, you know, is $300,000 was identified in the policy, you know, did we want to revisit the policy? Or do we want to push it down the timeline, do the detailed design and hope for the best, you know, say, and have it truly funded based on the estimate. Again, we didn't really conclude the conversation, the last strategic planning meeting, but we do know that that's unfunded at its current, funding rate. But I know, I say, you got some hard decisions to make here overall, but I just wanted to identify this, if, you know, if there was another, idea that's come up since that conversation, that we could maybe pick that up now.
Okay. Any discussion in regards to the West Country Road, specifically the North Fork Road? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you. I'm probably the one that gets the phone calls on this road from the operators and the all the different equipment services that are heading down that road. It is absolutely an industry road. There's no residents past kilometer 9. Like, it's absolutely industry, and they beat up that road. And I don't know that they'd beat it up as much if we could continue doing the rebuilds on those, especially in the spring. It gets pretty gnarly back there. So I absolutely would like to defend this project, but I absolutely understand we have a whole bunch of other things that we need to do as well. So I do like the way that we have been doing it, where we fund until we've got enough to do another chunk, and we do another chunk. But I know that those chunks are gonna get more expensive the more we put it off, and we'll be able to get less and less and less with our money. So have to find a balance to that.
Director Hansen.
Yeah, and I guess another option would be is that, you know, it actually lends itself well to a gravel road rehabilitation as well. If we're looking at a point where it just needs a top up, you know, a portion of that $5 million could go to, you know, top up the cost, you know, what we have in reserve, and use that gravel road rehab money to top up that account in order to be able to get that project complete. It's a ways away yet. We're gonna continue to have that conversation. We'll continue to, you know, update our estimate as being where maybe, you know, if things are all great, maybe costs will come down. You know, it's not unheard of that the costs for some tender projects, you know, come down in a slower economy. You know, we are competing with a very robust industry right now, which, you know, in turn, seen some of our higher costs. So we can maybe on a downswing there, we'll see some more cost-effective pricing on future projects.
Thank you.
See no other lights?
Okay, well, this is the next spot where I have to like zoom back out, look at the bigger picture. So I'm gonna slice this pie just a couple different ways. This first slide shows the restricted surpluses that are currently sitting there for those programs and services that we've just talked about. So Public Works paving, bridge infrastructure, fleet, both general fleet and fire apparatus, Public Works gravel stores, the cell development, and West Country roads. So the total of those restricted surpluses is $30,697,000. So the balance in the restricted surplus in other accounts that we're gonna look at next is $36,351,000, which is, I mean, we have the anomaly of the Nordegg restricted surplus account too, that's a negative, so we gotta talk about that yet. But, so I just wanna, I just wanted to point this out that if we take those funds and really say, those are spent, those are the programs that we're funding with those dollars, that $30 million or $30.5 million is really allocated to something and shouldn't be considered in the overall picture of available funds to use. So the next slide goes into the funding to sustain the basic service levels. So this is the additional funds that would need to go into those restricted surplus accounts for the next 10 years to accomplish those service levels that we've talked about. So doing an annual bridge rehab program, doing an asphalt overlay program, supplying fleet and equipment to those programs, the cell development for the landfill, that West Country roads, fire facilities. Oh, we didn't talk about fire facilities. I should have had a slide in there for that. So annually, we've been putting away, or the council has been putting away $150,000 a year. We can talk about that maybe within the next group of of slides, and that might be one that we'll have to really focus in on in the strategic planning session starting in January, in that what's the goal for that restricted surplus account, and is there a facility in mind for that? Fire equipment, I've got a more detailed number there, but I've put in my spreadsheet 600,000 for funding fire equipment. And again, we would look at that year over year just to make sure that there isn't a large piece of equipment that's being funded that's come onto the 10-year capital plan that bumps that number up. Because like I said, there's it's a little more specialized equipment, it's a little more volatile than, because Public Works encompasses and the rest of the organization encompasses so much, there is a little more probably leveling out because of the amount of equipment and vehicles that's included in that. And this section has more specialized equipment and more volatility as far as costs of that equipment goes. So I think we could leave it at 600,000 for 2024, and again, look at it through strategic planning and find every year we would have to look at this and make sure that we're funding that at an accurate level. And then the annual items not funded through restricted surplus, gravel road rehab, road construction admin, and the IT capital. So can I have you bring up that 4-year plan from the Teams account, Alana? I don't know if I spelled apparatus right, but. Oops. So with that addition, what you're not seeing, what you wouldn't have seen on that slide previous was the addition of that $4 million of the surplus from 2023 being available to allocate out into future programs. So when we cover those programs and services that we've just talked about and supporting them with assets, the balance left to allocate is $3,476,367. So great good news story out of this so far is that we've funded 2024's basic services, the annual costs that we would normally have year over year. Not that there aren't important projects to come that need some discussion, but that we have funds available to allocate to those specific projects. Okay, any questions so far? How are we? Good. How are we doing? Okay, we can move back to the PowerPoint, Alana, and I think we can skip the next slide. I just put it in for me. Okay, yeah, next one. Oh, this was before I had added the $4 million. Okay, so again, we just want to talk about what happens in the next set of projects if they total more than $3 million. So again, the options are change priorities among projects to come and allocate restricted surplus to other projects. Like we spoke about at the beginning of the day, that revenue stabilization fund could be moved or allocated to a different set of priorities. Consider debt to fund the projects that are longer term, longer useful life, to fund projects at today's dollars and have access to the assets once they're completed. Generate additional revenue, and see some of the programs and services that are funded through the community purse, and thus reducing the need to operate the program or service, including the supporting assets. So yeah, we'll just move. It's a little early to break for lunch, but let's start on the other capital projects that are on the horizon. So the next section of restricted surplus accounts and the projects associated with them are either not fully funded or they're overfunded with the current list of projects. So these are the ones that, you know, we really need to dig into and have some discussion about where we want to go with them. So the first one's a little bit easier. It's the wastewater capital plan. The projected balance at December 31st is just over $3 million. And there's currently funds available to be reallocated out of the wastewater restricted surplus due to the regional project being removed from the 10-year capital plan. So the projects on the next slide are mostly in 2024 with a small project in 27 and another one in 2030 to do with the Nordegg wastewater treatment plant. So the projects identified in both coming out of the restricted surplus for general sewer and Leslieville sewer. Sorry, I don't have a total there. But the total available for reallocation is $1.7 million. So there's a couple of things that I think would be great for the committee to talk about, and one is the wastewater contribution to the neighboring municipality could be funded through this, or it could be just totally moved to a different priority. So looking forward to the discussion about this restricted surplus account. Now, maybe if Mr. Magnus has anything to add before. Oh, right. Kate?
So the discussion will be on the 1.7 million as far as reallocation, and I'll just turn it over to Ms. Regland if she has anything to add.
I guess the only thing I kind of have to point out for this is for the regional wastewater system and Condor paving, those are carryovers for any deficiencies that may arise when spring hits, especially with the regional wastewater system. It is new, it is innovative. We'll see how it goes this winter. Other than that, it's maintenance replacement items that are the bigger ticket items. The wastewater in Nordegg, the Roper pumps are the big pumps that will pump it up to the lagoons, and they are an expensive piece, and if one goes down, so that's more or less to ensure we have spare parts on site in case anything arises.
Perfect. All right. So the options that have been given to us is that we can use this surplus to reallocate. So this is for council's discussion. I'll go to Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I think it makes sense to reallocate that to the partnership with the town. I think that would almost cover all of it, almost, over the next 2 years. I think we'd be, what, 42,000 short maybe-ish. But I think that makes sense. It's also sewer related. So they kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah, I would agree. Councillor Ratcliffe.
I was just going to say the same, that seems a sensible decision.
Okay, thank you. I concur. I think if the funds are available, let's slide it over to that municipal partnership in that particular project. Councillor Graham.
You're not Councillor Graham. I'm just bugging you, sorry. Do we have a foreseen timeline of when these systems will have to be replaced? Should we be putting money aside for that in the future, or that's 50 years away, so we're not worried about it? Is that an unfair question?
No, are you specifically talking about the Leslieville regional one, or just in general?
In general, yeah.
You're right, they are generally 50-year lifespans. Okay. Nordegg is quite oversized for what the residents we have today. So we foresee that potentially lasting a bit longer, depending kind of what happens the next few years. The innovative part, like I said, all we can comment on is what we know, which is the mechanical side, which, yeah, again, that's why we're not focusing, but again, we're on to long-term planning.
So future staff will bring that as needed.
Yes, and I hope I'm not here.
Discussion about that in a strategic planning committee. We need to have administration really do a deep dive on what infrastructure we have out there, what's failing, what needs to be replaced. And what happens now with moving this, just saying, if we funded the regional partnership, so what it does is just add additional dollars to the bottom line in 2024 and 2025, and then just make them available to, you know, it's just kind of moving the dollars so that it still makes them available for another project down the road. So other than wastewater, like anything that council or the strategic planning committee deems as being a priority.
Councillor Lahi?
My turn. Wastewater has typically been a good granting item for both provincial and federal programs. Are we better served by having an asset management plan that maintains a reserve or a surplus for that, or not? I'm just trying to understand if in that process, is it better to show that we have a long-term asset management plan to maximize the ability for us to leverage the funds we do have in place to take advantage of those granting opportunities?
Councillor, CO Ammons?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It truly depends on the committee and therefore council and comfort. I mean, to have a reserve, to maximize those dollars, I'd also challenge back on where we're at in our infrastructure. I would suggest when it comes to wastewater, we're actually on the front end of really, really well. Our oldest piece of infrastructure now for wastewater is Nordic. With Condor being done, Lesaville being done, I would hope that utilizing any granting opportunities for wastewater would be a number of years down the road. You know, this is a great conversation for the strategic planning committee, where that comfort level lies. I believe we've been negatively judged for the amount of reserves we've had, but there's also a balance of what's fiscally responsible and what protects this organization and this municipality. I think when it comes time, there should be a plan forward as we draw into that 35th year, so to speak, to start putting aside and ensuring there's at least that 25% to maximize and be prepared for a granting opportunity. Wastewater does tend to bounce between 75 and 90%. But at this time, I think we're actually coming into really good shape. I'll turn it over to Director Hans.
Yeah. You know, I think Councillor Graham and Councillor Lahi brought up two great points about having available funds to maximize grants as well as the replacement costs. And the components for wastewater systems are not cheap. Those are large capital expenditures. You know, one little blip in our system, and then we're, you know, looking at maybe a heavy contingency reallocation there to try to address those. And I know this has not come up at all, but a looming inheritance of a wastewater system that's, we're actively, you guys have been talking about it a bit. So to have some type of reserve in place for one of our main essential services, which, you know, that's a primary essential service, I think would be prudent. Maybe it doesn't need to be the entire amount. You are going to be looking to in order to fund the rest of these projects, you're going to be looking for additional funds, but we can't make light of the essential services that should have some money left in the foreseeable future.
Sure. Yes, go ahead,
If I
Councillor
can,
Lloyd.
just to clarify, my comments were really to compliment staff in the tremendous work that was done in that granting process. It's given us, it's leveraged the few dollars we put into some of these projects to get us much better. And I really want to compliment that asset management plan that did that. And as we know, some of the challenges that's before this council and future councils is going to be dealing with aligning projects where there is no asset management plan. And this is, I just want to compliment staff that that's been good. And I certainly don't want to inadvertently, by reallocating this fund, put us in a difficult position for future possibilities to access grants.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Connor paving, how is that under wastewater? Like, I don't see the connection there. And I thought it was all done. So shouldn't that, is anything then that would happen in 2024, if we've taken ownership of it, seems like a warranty issue, and we can go back to the company that built it and or engineered it.
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, so the paving was directly associated with the upgrade of the sewer system in Nordex. That's why it's tied in with, it would have been, it was tendered separately. I think it was a separate tender, but really the cost of the paving wasn't associated with a maintenance item or a base pave item. It was directly related to because it was obliterated through by Kurt, and we had to put it back. He appreciates it. Yeah, the $100,000. They say it's a very complex. We've done a pile of work in Condor. We just wanted to make sure that we had funds there available to address any outstanding issues that were not warranty related. It's council's discretion whether if you want to remove that, we could. There was also the discussion of possibly using that money to assist with paying for the maintenance item, the trace, the heat trace, possibly for the underground drain if required. That needs to be evaluated. So that's why it's in there. I say we don't anticipate. I think they've done a great job there to come from when we had our community meeting out there, when it was walking through 6 inches of water to get to the front door of the community hall, to what we have today. I think great effort was done to do a great job there. But there's still, when you have that many stakeholders and with the impacts on that many different residents, there's bound to something going to come up, through the spring thaw, addressing drainage, et cetera, that may be beyond a warranty item, because those are getting harder and harder to get contractors to come back. If it is a true warranty item, we will get them to do it, but sometimes we need to go above beyond that in order to address an outstanding issue. Yeah, I'm rambling now, sorry.
Subsequent questions?
Yes,
then,
please.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. The Leslieville then, we're not obliterating that, right? So to quote your verbiage,
No,
I just do not want to repeat
we are not obliterating Leslieville.
of what has happened. I worry that we're doing another round of this. So I just want to make sure that what has gone on in Condor is not happening in Leslieville.
Yeah, so I guess I'll spill the tea, for the Leslieville plan. When we've looked at the Leslieville, the structures that's required there, as well as the drainage works, or the sewer work that's required, is only a section remaining underneath the railroad tracks to service those smaller lots on the closest to 598. So there's no underground work required underneath the roadway, so we won't be ripping up the road in that regard. As well as the paving plan for the hamlet includes asphalt repairs, some additional asphalt around the mailboxes, as well as the street coming up to the hotel. But the majority of the rest of the hamlet is only going to be a surface treatment or a slurry seal, combined with some asphalt repairs. We're not seeing any structural concerns that would have to obliterate that. And the work that has been done upgrading the sewer system over the past couple of years, we're confident that we can, put on the surface treatment there, and it'll get us many years to come without having to do sidewalks, mill out all those areas, and it's a much more cost-effective solution.
Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, I would like to go back to the Condor thing. Since I've been sitting in this chair, I think the first year was we had put $4 million into upgrading Condor's sewer system. I think we've surpassed that number by quite a bit. And it seems like just about every time we get a budget or to look at stuff, Condor is always in it. How many more surprises are we gonna get out of this Condor episode?
Director Hansen.
I would like to think we're done. You know, the sanitary,
too.
the sanitary system has been complete, the undergrounds have been upgraded, the surface works are in place, the sidewalks are in place. There's nothing left to do there. We've
I have heard from people here around the table that there could be some more when the frost goes out of the dirt work that we've done there. There could be some more money needs to be spent.
Yeah, and that's, I think that's the nature of construction. I think they've done well, you know, with our compaction testing and the work that has been done, but there is risk involved with that. We just want to ensure that, you know, that money is identified to address those. It's, again, council's prerogative that we can remove that money from this budget discussion, and if need be, we can come back and make that ask in the new year. That's totally up to you guys.
Go ahead.
Because, I mean, we usually look at wastewater cost recovery system. I mean, the people in Condor couldn't afford what the cost of this was. Their monthly wage would be outrageous to what we spent there.
Ms. Serhan.
Yeah, we do cost recovery on operations, but not on capital. So the capital infrastructure of our water and wastewater systems are subsidized by the rest of the county.
So the rest that got paid for the overages on what happened out there.
Ms. Serhan.
Yes, whenever something is funded through the community purse, it's from the tax dollars of everyone that contributes.
Good. Now I'm clear about Condor. Thank you.
Very good. So seeing, sorry, Mr. Emmons?
No, I turned on my light, Councillor Cermak's satisfied, but I just wanted to expand a little bit. Wastewater was just a portion of this project anyway. So absolutely, it encompassed the paving. All paving is borne by the community as a whole. Condor is no different. As Ms. Serhan pointed out, the wastewater systems are intended to be user pay, so cover the operational costs. And that's no different from Condor to Lesaville. Nordegg being the only anomaly. As stated earlier, Nordegg is oversized for the current community. It was designed for growth, so Nordegg is not at that full user pay. So that even on an operational perspective is being subsidized. So if that helps, you bet. You're welcome.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I understand that philosophy. I know there are a number of changes operationally with the Leslieville operations. Is that going to follow that same kind of consideration?
Mr. Emmons?
By policy, absolutely. So operations will have to monitor the operational expenses of a new wastewater system, and that would come forward when there's enough data to be sure. That's nothing we'd ever guess at, to bring it forward as an agenda and look at those user fees.
If I could, I think I did see a sizable increase within the operational budget for Leslieville and some for Condor even. So I understand that's the consideration that's being made there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. So with that, Mr. Serhan, did you, we had some suggestions as to maybe move it towards the municipal partners.
Yeah, so
expense?
I've put a, Alana, can you just bring up the four-year again through Teams? Thank you. So I've allocated $1 million into that 2024 column and 762 or whatever it was from the, I think that number has to change a little bit for the 2025 costs for that program. So that changes your, oh. Whoops, gotta make sure my formula is, so $3.8 million available in 2024 and 1.6 million in 2025. And again, 2025 is just for information, it's not, we're not approving that, just the 2024 numbers.
Okay. Well, looking at the time, I wonder if this would be appropriate to have our lunch break at this point. And so then we'll dive into the Public Works Capital when we come back. So let's take a break until 12:45. and welcome back. We are going through our capital budget. This is a reminder, and we're back from lunch, and we have left off at Public Works Capital. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Serhan.
Good afternoon. So the Public Works Capital, the balance in this restricted surplus account was set aside for industrial and commercial land development within other parts of the county, including north and south areas. And when I say other, I mean not Nordegg. At the last Strategic Planning Committee meeting, these projects were removed from the priority list. So just want to bring this to the committee's attention. Is this still a priority? Is this something that we want to just keep in the back of our minds as we're going through the next list of priorities and figure out where this fits in the list, or?
Any comments? I know for myself, I'd like to continue on. I'd like to keep this maybe, like you had mentioned, in the back of our minds as we continue to go forward. And if we see some more opportunity to add more comment, maybe we'll add more comment later on in the presentation.
Sure. So similar to that revenue stabilization fund, we'll just leave that as something we'll bring up towards the end then as we're summarizing. Perfect. Municipal reserve, rec and school. So this restricted surplus served two different purposes in the not too distant past. So one is when funds are provided to the municipality for municipal reserve lands. When somebody subdivides or has a multi-lot subdivision, then they're put into a restricted surplus account that is mandated through the MGA as to what projects that those funds can be used for. And mostly it's recreation and school. So when there was matching funds to be used by the David Thompson Corridor schools, that's where the funding sat until those projects were completed. So the balance of this is a mixture of those municipal reserve funds and the funds that were left over from that, those matching dollars that were available to the corridor schools. So at $1.1 million, there's 4 projects that are identified as fitting within the parameters of those dollars. And by 2026, the balance to fund those 4 projects would be $487,000. So I think I want to say 3 of those projects fall within the ag and community area, and 1 of them is within public works infrastructure. And actually, I think they kind of work together, those 2 departments, on these projects. So I'll turn it over to Director Hansen and Director Martinson.
Yes, thank you. So Lesbieville Recreation Area, so we're very excited about the work that was completed in 2023 with the development of the baseball diamond, the soccer pitch, the playground. So in 2024, this includes the paving of that 400 meter access road down into that area, as well as the parking lot right beside the washroom facility. Also, we have allocated $83,000 for the paving of the trail that goes all the way around the baseball diamond over to the soccer pitch. That is a nice to have. We think it would be a well-received amenity in with that facility. That's why it's not the first time council's heard about this, but I wanted to itemize that. And with the the paving with the Bunch Road, as we're looking at our paving list, we know that we can always typically get better pricing if we combine with other projects. So we have some work that needs to be done in Leslieville that would likely be combined with that urban type work. So hopefully they get a cost advantage when it comes to that, as well as the parking lot for, which we haven't got to that portion yet, the parking lot for the Elks Hall. So it's a different type of equipment that's used for that small urban type paving compared to large road paving. So we do have that type of small urban work happening in Lesterville. Lends itself well for over to this little access road and recreation area. Yeah, and then the community features of $200,000, talked about this numerous times with the committee here about the recent purchase of those 4 lots in the center of Lesterville, and then the visioning that's tentatively planned for early in the new year, and the construction of making that vision a reality, of course, over 2024. So that kind of summarizes this, and it's, yeah.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. This particular reserve, most of our reserves can be reallocated somewhere else. My understanding is this one has to be specific to things that fit within this category.
So we'd have to do an analysis on what portion of these funds are from that, left over from that matching grant versus the funds that are in there because of the municipal reserve component that are mandated on what can be construction or purchased through those dollars. So when a subdivision happens and there's municipal reserve dollars put in, that's to dedicate green space or rec space to the whole community if there's not enough acres designated within that subdivision. So there is a mixture of dollars in this restricted surplus account. Probably most of the dollars could be reallocated, but I don't have that breakdown in front of me at the moment.
All right. Any further questions in regards to these projects? Seeing no red lights.
Okay, the next restricted surplus account is the resource roads. The balance for this one is sitting at $8 million at the end of 2023. There's one project using these funds that's awaiting confirmation of partners to ensure that this project moves forward.
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Dr. Hansen?
Director.
Oh, okay.
Director.
I like that better.
Are you getting an upgrade?
Oh, no. I just wanted to make sure that if there was any dollars allocated for this project in 2024, we wouldn't move ahead with anything until we have that confirmation. We know that there's still a considerable amount of permitting and finalizing of the road project in order to move it forward. So I'm not even sure if actually 2024 has dollars allocated, but that would not be spent out of that reserve until we have confirmation from this committee that we are moving forward with the project, because there again, those permits do have a end of life, and we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves on that type of project. So just wanted to make that perfectly clear.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Why wouldn't we proceed with 2/3 of this project? If the provincial funding is there, is it something we should take advantage of?
Mr. Emmons.
Truly, the why you wouldn't proceed is well within the purview of your teammates. Administratively, I would suggest equity, number one. Clearwater County did not move forward on the paving of Sunchild until we obtained a third. I would propose treating one community different from another. May not be perceived well when that project waited. The other one truly is the importance of partnership and meeting council's policy. We've always said partners are required, and policy doesn't define who. That could be anybody from Ochis themselves to the federal government. But the importance of having our third identified, from an administrative perspective is extremely important. But if this council decided to take on the other third and go 2/3 and a third, that would be, well within discussion at this table. But my concerns would be simply what I stated.
Right,
Thank you.
no further red lights? Can keep going.
Okay, so the next one is the core infrastructure restricted surplus. The end of December 31st, 2023, that, the projected balance is $2.3 million. And this, surplus account is relatively new and encompasses items that don't fit into roads, bridges, or sewer. So on the next slide, it itemizes the projects that don't kind of fit into the other restricted surplus accounts. And all of the projects are identified as coming out or being completed by 2027. And the total of those projects is $4.6 million. So there's a carry forward of 210, and then the balance of the restricted surplus account is 2.3. So the balance remaining to fund those projects by 2027 is $2.1 million. And so the allocation required to fund these projects by 2028 would be $525,000 annually to complete these projects, like I said, within the timeline that's identified by the end of 2027.
Don't see any red lights? Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Director Hanson, not doctor.
Thank you. There again, I just wanted to, bring us back to that conversation that we had at the last strategic planning committee. Again, is that another one of our essential services that we provide is water. Our municipal water systems is absolutely an essential service, historically funded through tax levy. This is, like I said, a new accounting way to reflect how these items should be allocated as a capital expenditure, but there's never been a water restricted surplus. So it's kind of been lumped into the core infrastructure with some of the other items, like the dry hydrants. We've had that discussion again with council numerous times that we need to get those dry hydrants up to a usable capacity. So we've gotten some advancement on that program there this year. A little bit of carry forwards there for Tamarack Trail, for example. We've bought the tank. It never got installed this year, but it will be installed for next year. But we still have some outstanding cisterns there, Misty Valley, Beaver Creek, et cetera. They need to be upgraded. The oddball out here really would be the erosion along Range Road 6-4. That's a $774,000 expenditure. It's an erosion issue that's been outstanding for many, many years. We were very misfortunate during the flood 2 years ago. We'd actually identified an erosion area that needed to be addressed along that James River, and the high water event actually knocked that area right out. It was reconstructed, and the use of our DRP funding actually paid for the reconstruction of that area. That's there again, it's kind of those fortunate misfortunate there. We did lose the road. We had to reorganize our day labor crews to go put that road back in, but it was something that was budgeted for, but then actually was paid for through that program. But yeah, it's there again, the water meter systems, the water treatment plant upgrades, unfortunately that is the cost of doing business in Nordegg, and it will be required. It has to be done. Yeah, so there is some subjective items in that list, but there's some things that definitely need to be done.
Very good. Any, Councillor Cermak?
Is there any grants for that Range Road 6.4 erosion?
Actually,
It's a river that's doing it. It's not our fault.
yeah, there would only be through either through our STIP funding. There would not be a specific grant for I'm not saying that there would not be, I guess, you know, I'd have to get Ms. Reglin there to actually speak to if there is any grant availability. We are familiar with, I'm gonna say 99% of all the grants that are available, and any opportunity we get, we look for those opportunities to try to either offset a portion of the cost or possibly all of the cost. If there was a grant available, we would apply for it.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay. Seeing no red lights, we'll carry on.
I'll just maybe add on to what Director Hansen's saying about the grants. So again, that's one way that contributes to a surplus at the bottom of any given year. Of course, if there's a grant available or we hear of one that's available, we're applying for it, and then that way it would free up dollars. But to budget for them when they're unknown is just not prudent. So we would, you know, budget conservatively in that we're gonna fund it through however, in this case, through a transfer to restricted surplus. And if the grant became available, similar with bridge reconstruction, if we do happen to get a STIP grant, then it would just pull less from that restricted surplus account, and the subsequent year, the transfer average would go down because we didn't have to pull as much out of that year, and the required amount would be lower over the 10-year plan. Okay, so the next one is the solid waste management plan, and Tetra Tech was hired to do a study of the solid waste services within Clearwater County. The plan was reviewed during a strategic planning committee meeting during the fall of 2023, and suggested projects are to provide opportunity for efficiencies. So on the next slide, it kind of shows, or not kind of, it does show the projects listed over the 10-year capital plan. In 2024, there's 4 projects identified. One of them is a carry forward, the security fencing at the landfill. And the other 3 are planning for future projects. So this is a really good opportunity, I guess, to talk about, we could keep this funding in budget as far as moving to restricted surplus just for the 2024 amounts, and then move into strategic planning to discuss which projects you'd want to move forward with. This is also a group of projects that debt could be used to fund these assets. These are not assets that will be on a never-ending replacement schedule. Once these assets are constructed, they would have a 40 to 50-year lifespan. And when the committee reviewed the waste management plan, these constructions were to gain efficiencies within the program. So pushing these off into the future would create increased cost for similar size structures if the plan was followed in the future, and of course postpone any of those efficiencies that would be gained from fulfilling the suggestions within that plan.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I think you said it best when you said suggestions in that plan. And I might have to go back and review the strategic planning committee meeting, but I'm pretty sure that the central site was a no. And it's still in this budget.
That could be because we just wanted to confirm before we totally removed it what the entire plan was for the solid waste management plan, not just one specific site. We just want to give the committee the opportunity to just really talk about what they see the future is for this solid waste and if it is going to be following that plan or not. And I might turn that over to Director Agnes or Director Hansen.
Yeah, so it was it was a long meeting, that last strategic planning meeting that we had. You know, when we talked about our land discussion, and there was the three priorities that came up. The only thing that was actually definitive out of that was the future home of the central site was determined to be at the north quarter. As my recollection to the review of that, when we were looking through different options, and what was really subject to debate was the size and scope of what a waste transfer facility in the central was going to look like. Our commitment there was that the $6.5 million, you know, through the discussion with council, that's off the table. That is the Taj Mahal, or the best of the best type of waste facility that was provided in the report, and that it was our marching orders to come back with council in the new year with a review of different options for council, because that $6.5 million is very scalable. You know, there's different types of transfer site facilities that can be accommodated. We had the location. Now we just needed to find out what was going to be constructed, and that was part of the work plan for 2024. We didn't think it was prudent to adjust the numbers without having any indications of what council felt comfortable with in spending as part of what the build-out's going to be. So it was left as per the report, but definitely subject to council's review and approval over the course of the next year, two. Well, I'd like to think that we'd have the, say, preliminary ideas planning out in 24, get in detailed design in 25, and then construct in 26.
Director Magnus?
No, I just wanted to concur and validate Mr. Hansen's statement in regards to that meeting, and that was my memory as well, is that the central station was to remain at that site. That was what was the outcome of that meeting, and my notes would indicate that as well.
Yeah, I would concur. Subsequent questions, Deputy Reeve?
Yes, thank you. Yes, stay at that site, but definitely not what was gonna be proposed to be built there. And to me, the 6.5, so thank you for clearing it up, but typically that is engineering of then the 6.5 build. That historically, when we look at different projects, the years prior, the money that's put into that is the engineering and the scoping of the build. If you don't know what you're building, why do you need $100,000 to scope it out and engineer it?
CEO Emmons.
So, and very true, Deputy Reeve Malaf. But the importance of having some dollars there and to be prepared for engineering, it is phased, as you can see, by the 24, 25, 26, keeping with the plan going forward, but allowing the committee the opportunity to scale it up or down. Up is impossible, that is the gold plan. So I will say scale it down or keep it there. But having the engineering wherever and whenever the decisions come, having the ability to move and go forward with the engineering when decisions are made. Otherwise, it just bumps it all up yet another year.
So what I'm hearing is that there's an opportunity to have further discussion in 2024 and use those engineering dollars from those decisions that we as a committee recommend to council and going forward, correct? Thank you. All right. Sorry, Councillor Cermak.
Thank you, Reeve. So we're definitely gonna have a meeting about this early in 2024, because this needs to be prioritized. It needs to be done right away, because I think that out there is kind of a safety issue right now. I know that people are getting by with what we've got out there, but I would like to move that up so that we get this thing built sooner than later. And there's lots of plans out there that there's lots of really nice facilities. I went and toured one in Lethbridge. It was all roll-off bins and people just backed up to it, dumped their stuff, and away they went. And was tidy, clean and neat. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel, but we need to get it built so that we get away from our exposure to liability out there. So we need to have a meeting sooner than later. We need to push this forward.
All right. And it looks like that January strategic planning meeting is getting longer and longer. Maybe we plan 2 days.
Yeah, maybe we'll have a 2-day meeting. And again, I just want to reiterate that that's why this solid waste management plan doesn't have a recommended annual contribution to cover that $20 million. What administration is recommending is that we would take $140,000 into restricted surplus to balance the 3 projects that are not funded through carry forward. That $75,000 is funded through a carry forward. So, and then, of course, as the committee decides, that would be what is spent out of there is, you know, what sort of engineering, what sort of planning needs to be done. It's my understanding that we wouldn't be able to construct a facility in 2024 anyway, so.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could do anything, I'm just gonna work on expectation management there when it comes to a project like this. Certainly not the first meeting in, the first strategic planning meeting in January. You know, if we actually approve budget, that would be like 2 weeks to everything pulled together. Impossible task. Really, we need to provide enough information, you know, good information for this committee to make a decision upon. So that is gonna take us some time. As for the constructability, you know, even the finalizing of the location of that facility on that property, if we're going to, say if we carve out the acreage beside our current facility, or if it's going to be on top of the existing, what we developed, you know, which was previously earmarked for the administration building, there'd be less work to do there, but is that the proper plan? And that needs to be vetted out through correspondence with this committee. So, but if we do move over, we need to develop a stormwater management plan, a grading plan, as well as the constructability of the facility itself. So, they say there's a process that needs to be done, and it needs to be done right, and we don't want to hurry through that. And I can totally understand the need to get a safe, functioning facility, but it needs to be done right.
Yes. Thank you for that. Agreed? Okay, Councillor Cermak agrees. All right, moving along.
We might add a strategic planning committee meeting in February.
Yeah. February, March, April.
Yeah.
Probably April. Oh, sorry, Deputy Reeve Beloff.
Thank you, Reeve. The site that we do have, I will say, like, it is not unsafe. Like, Clearwater County has done a great job on that site. So to say that we need to build a safe site, the site we have is safe. I don't want the public to get the idea that we have a site out there that isn't safe. It is safe. And in fact, I've got numerous compliments on the cleanliness, the staff friendliness, and how well laid out it is. That they love the way that they don't like the location, but we decided that already. It's the site itself, they like how it is already, and they do feel that it's safe, and I don't think that we would put something out that isn't safe, so I just wanted to reiterate that. And I'm okay if you take your time on this one.
Councillor Lougheed.
And as I recall some of the discussion about the investment that's already went on in that site, I thought there was already some site preparation and stormwater management that was already in place there that might have value in moving forward with too. So maybe if you can comment on that, please.
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
Yeah, absolutely. That 32 acres that's been currently developed as the footprint for the what was planned as the home of the administration building. The stormwater management plan has been completed and approved in that. The pond is in place so that is where this site is. We're still calling it the temporary central site, is located right on top of where the building would have been proposed. If that is the future home, then you're right, a lot of that work has been done. If that site were to move anywhere else on that property, then additional work would have to be done.
Okay.
Thank you. The next restricted surplus account is the broadband core backbone surplus account. The balance projected for this account at the end of 2023 is $62,654, with no projects planned for 2024. The total amount to complete the 3 phases left is $8.7 million. And to fund it annually over the 4 years would be $2.1 million. So if this was put on hold as far as funding goes, because there's no project in 2024, then that would have to be split over the 3 years and be closer to $3 million for 25, 26, and 27. And I'll turn it over to Director Hagan for details on those projects.
Director Hagan?
Thank you. Not a whole lot to add. I think Ms. Serhan covered it quite adequately. But just to reiterate for the public is that the Broadband Committee made the decision of no construction in 2024. Just as a reminder for everyone, phases 1, 2, and 6 of the core backbone are now complete, and we're looking at getting internet service providers online so that they can provide services to customers in 2024. That's our focus project-wise for the next year. And then we'll be looking towards 2025 to resume construction if so decided and recommended by the Broadband Committee.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you. As administration has been so successful in the past at receiving grants for projects kind of related to this, is there a benefit when we're applying to have some monies identified for these projects? Does that follow through in any of the granting processes? And you know, I really want to make sure we have the most chance of success in any grants that are announced, especially those with the federal government. It would be great to see that we have the right things to check all the boxes off, and I wonder if one of those is having some funds earmarked for our share of those kind of projects.
I absolutely agree. The funding that we have received to date specifically to the broadband project has not been 100%. There has been an expectation that the county would be funding a portion of that project. I think as we've discussed with other projects outside of broadband, there's similar expectations there, both at a provincial and a federal level, is that we have skin in the game and we're willing to contribute, but we demonstrate that we don't have the financial resources to do the whole project on our own. So I think it would be prudent to have money put away, and again, that's going to be a decision for this committee and ultimately council as to where this lands on the priority list.
Okay. Did you have something further to add, Mr. Hunt?
Yeah, just one note that this would be a project that also would be a candidate for debt. It's a 50-year life for the core backbone, and completing the core backbone within the next 3 to 4 years, 5 years. Definitely, you know, there's enough useful life in these projects to consider debt for these projects.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Back to me learning about accounting principles. Why is it when Public Works uses an administrative person to either extend the life or build a project, it has to be capitalized in their budget? But when broadband has a broadband technician, which is responsible for project management, building, and extending the life of broadband, it's in operations?
Director Hagan.
We follow the same rules and we make the same judgment calls. So, yeah, I don't know if the committee will recall at the last broadband committee meeting when we discussed the potential addition of a new technician to support the program, that not only that position, but the existing position of our technologists and our administrative support would be allocated within this number here that you're seeing starting in 2025. For 2024, we're considering that operational because we have no capital project happening in 2024. So everything they're doing is operational essentially. So we're looking at the activities they're doing. If and when construction recommences, we will be allocating the respective portion of their time and salaries to the project itself. So it is the exact same approach that we're using.
Okay, just that there isn't projects to put that person's assigned time to, so therefore it's under operational.
That's
Wouldn't
right.
that then defeat the justification for this particular employee?
No, because this employee is not a project manager. This employee is supporting the program, not the construction of the project in 2024. If we recommence construction in 2025, I would fully expect that a good portion of that person's time would be dedicated to construction on the project and would capitalize those costs at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Cermak.
I'm really gonna go out on a limb here. I've been sitting in this chair just over 2 years. In the last 2 years, I have been hearing that the broadband team has said that we have had ISPs waiting to sign. I haven't seen any signatures. Is it because our business plan isn't quite right, that they're not signing? I'm kind of alarmed that I think our operation this year, I think that somebody said it yesterday, that we are gonna spend 1.1 million on keeping broadband afloat this year with practically no revenue coming in. When can we see these ISPs signing and revenue starting to come?
Director Hagan.
Thank you. Valid question, and it's a question the broadband committee has been wrestling with as well. Just a reminder that we have finished construction of those 3 phases in 2023, specifically in the fall here, tidying up loose ends and completing our connection at Olds, which gives us connection to the internet down through Calgary. We've got all those pieces in place now. Our network manager, our network operator is working with us, reaching out and advertising that we're open for business. We've had recent public announcements go out to that effect. And as well, our folks have been attending conferences and so forth and getting the message out that the Clearwater County core backbone is open for business. We have had, through our expression of interest process over the last year or so, or a year and a half, several internet service providers come forward exploring partnership opportunities with us. And so we're now at the point where we're talking about business arrangements and potentially, hopefully, signing contracts in the near future. That's why we're projecting revenue in 2024. We are optimistic that by midway through the year, we will have internet service providers, telecommunication providers on board and continuing to add more at that time. So regular updates will be provided through the broadband committee as to our success along those lines.
Further? Okay. Counselor Cermak.
I see that we have some grants for different ones available. I know that you can't say how much they are or what they're for or anything, but the look of what I hear from the federal government, if we don't elect some liberals in this country, I don't think we're gonna get any grants. It's pretty amazing that we are spending this kind of money to keep something afloat that we're getting no bucks for it. And I think if we continue down this road, we're gonna bankrupt Clearwater County if we don't get some of these grants, which are supposed to cover 75% of it. If we have to foot the full bill, we're not gonna exist here. I think either we need to really get into this or chop it off and get rid of it and get some bigger partners or something. I think it's a decision that this council needs to look at. I stayed up until midnight last night thinking about this, and I think we're just getting in over our head. I don't think we have the expertise to be fighting some big companies like Bell tell us that are experts in this. We are not. We are a service company This is a nice to have, and I think it's too expensive for us. Sorry for going down the rabbit hole, but I had to get that out.
There we go.
Because that's my feeling on it, that if we don't do something soon, it's gonna bankrupt us. I mean, we're spending 1.1 to 1.2 million a year just keeping it afloat with nothing in return. The average businessman would cut that part of the business out.
Well, I can understand where you're coming from, and having been down this road for quite a while, I understand, like any new service, as a municipality, we're offering, it's not just for the ratepayers, it's also for the future of business that can come into our county as well. So, big picture thinking. I don't want to be a municipality without anything either. So we didn't have anybody, these big companies banging down the door to come here anyways at any point in time. So Councillor Lougheed's light was on, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Well, thank you, and I know your concerns, and I share many of them. Since we're in the Christmas season, I'll use a Christmas analogy. The federal government, the provincial government has promised to put a gift under the tree. We look and we see those gifts under the tree all the time. The ISPs, the large companies are all got a little gift under that tree relating to broadband. And the big thing is we're living under the threat that if we peek at that gift a little bit, that it might not be there come Christmas morning. So that's the frustration I see. I know that we're all trying to work together for the same goals. It's just somebody that put the tree up and put the presents under the tree holds the balance of power right at this moment. I think there's good things coming. I'm sure there is. Christmas comes, and we just have to wait patiently for that morning where we can unwrap that gift and get on with benefiting our community with what's under the tree.
Thank you.
I hope that's somewhat helpful. But.
For sure, that's a pretty expensive wait.
Oh, it's tough.
$1 million is a lot of money.
I think it's about 10 years for me, so
Yep.
I'm hoping I see it in my lifetime.
I think we need the theme music of the Nutcracker in here or something, I don't know. Yeah, Jaws too, yes, exactly. All right, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Just to support some of Councillor Cermak's comments, pardon me, I believe this is the third year that revenue has been projected from this project where none has shown up. But I think having this facility is essential for the long-term prosperity of our region. We just need to do it smartly, to do it wisely. And technologies on the horizon can only be delivered on fiber networks. So we don't want to hold back the future either.
Good. All right, seeing no, Councillor Cermak?
I would like to say that I'm a firm believer in that we do need some sort of system here for our businesses and for our ratepayers. But at what cost? If we don't get any grants, it's over $100 million to do this, what we proposed. Maybe we need to look and redo our business plan. That we throw something out in there that really attracts the ISPs or a bigger chunk partner. Maybe that's another strategy, another line item on our next meetings to get
It could be,
get
but
this going.
I agree with you, and I'm just gonna relate it to a previous conversation that we had about the James River Bridge. How long are we gonna keep Band-Aiding a $10 million bridge when we were looking to put another, we put in $1.5 million last term, we're looking to put $3 million into it again next year. I'm waiting for it to go done, right? Well, I like that mousetrap idea, but, or that truck trap. That would use significant technology, I think, by the way. But I agree. The frustration of something that's not growing, and it's not something that we can see and touch. And that's what's hard with this particular technology, is we don't know how it's going to benefit us, because it's not something that we can physically see and touch, other than the foundation that we are putting in. So understand the concerns, and maybe that would be a future topic at our next broadband committee meeting, that we can discuss further as far as what our options are looking into 2024. So I would put that to Director Hagan as part of maybe an agenda topic at the next broadband committee meeting. All right, looking at no further lights, we can carry on. Oh, you'll be quiet. We get on to Nordegg Development.
Okay, Nordegg Development Restricted Surplus, the projected balance at December 31st is due to the county of $6 million. Financial analysis of this restricted surplus is that if the projects that have been started are all completed, and all of those lots that are developed in those projects are sold, the account would break even or very close to it. This means the revenue would cover the costs of the development to the date when they were completed. Further development should be weighed against other county projects and county tax dollars used for future development. Therefore, there would be specific items identified as going in and going out of this restricted surplus. And once revenue covered the noted projects, this restricted surplus would be discontinued. That's from the strategic planning meeting in October. So I just want to confirm that that is the committee's recommendation. And then we'll get into the projects that are on the horizon.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
This $6 million deficit, pardon me, do we have enough developed land in the bank to cover that? What sort of shortfall are we looking at, if any?
Yeah, so the, if the projects that have started, so if you just move ahead 2 slides, yeah. So there's three projects that have been started that include saleable lots in, and once those were completed, if the lots sold for what we project market value is, that account would break even. That would, or very close to breaking even. So then if this committee decides to kind of be that as their gauge as far as that account, and finish putting the revenues towards the past and 2024's development, then the projects underneath it, the saleable and not yet started, and the municipal projects not yet started, I'll go into those a little more detail, but those would have to be funded, the saleable, obviously through the sale of lots, and do we think the sale of lots will cover what it's gonna cost to develop? And the municipal projects are ones that there's nothing there to sell, it's municipal projects within that community that there's nothing to sell. And then the other one that would be identified on this list that's not capital, it's operational, would be the gas line to Nordegg, or whatever contribution the county would be providing. So I guess before we move into the projects that are identified, I just want to confirm that the past projects and 2024's projects that are to be completed, that have started already, would go to be funded through the sale of the lots that would come from those developments, and that the future saleable and municipal projects would be a different priority list.
Yep, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I believe it was Dr. Hanson, someone mentioned that we're making progress. That we're making progress in clearing out some of those lots. I'm just wondering how successful we've been so far. How many lots are now clear?
As far as how many have been sold, or?
No. In the mobile home area.
Director Hansen.
Yeah, through attrition, you know, we are, getting less and less. There's still a couple of, you know, even if there's one left that's, has no intentions of moving, it's still the same problem whether we have three.
Yeah.
You know, we've set out, you know, with this development plan that we have today, really becomes the marching orders, or, you know, we need to get a very strategic plan of notification for the balance of those properties, you know, whether it be one left or five left. So, I don't have it offhand how many are left. There's not a lot. Like I say, we've actually, through attrition, we're doing well, and of course not renewing any additional leases, and the message is obviously going out there. But there's definitely going to be a few holdouts, and we'll need to strategize, you know, if we adopt this plan.
All right, thank you.
Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Eve. I have been Team Nordegg from the start. One, because if we get done developing Nordegg, we no longer have to keep developing Nordegg. So once we're done, and we can go back to service delivery, which is what we're supposed to do. This is a rarity in our world, simply because it was gifted upon us. I do think the Nordegg Cemetery one is mislabeled. I think that could be saleable, because we do sell lots in cemeteries. Just saying, we do sell plots, not lots, in cemeteries. So those are saleable. I'm just saying.
A lot less.
Just saying. There's some cost recovery there, not maybe full cost recovery, but so maybe that needs to go into the saleable section. Anyway, but I am Team Nordegg, and I would like to see us develop it sooner rather than later, because then we can get back to truly just delivering service, which is what we're supposed to be doing.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I promised to shut up, but I'm going to. I'm a real advocate to keep helping Nordegg, because I think it's a gem in our West Country. I have spent lots of time out in that country, years as a matter of fact. Loved it out there. But the question I have is that, how do we determine the price of our lots? Do we send our appraiser out there to appraise what a lot should be? Or do we just calculate what it costs to produce that, and then we sell it at our cost with no profit attached? Because, I mean, if we're gonna be in the area of making a living like people that are developers, and we are the developer, there should be a certain amount of profit there too.
CO Ammons?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's truly a mixed bag, Councillor Cermak, which doesn't sound like an answer, but it is, because every phase is different. The Municipal Government Act does require us to sell it in market. Now, Nordegg is an anomaly. We're kind of establishing the market. So for our assessment department, it's extremely challenging, because to get comparables is extremely difficult, which is what establishes market. So we do a combination of all. We reach out to our contracted real estate agent. That's the profession.
Yeah.
Get their parameters, along with partnering and teaming up with our public works infrastructure and ensuring all costs are allocated into and what the cost of development was. And we weigh those construction costs with what assessment and real estate deem as marketable and go from there. Some lots, I will be very blunt, residential phase one sold at a loss. Establishing that market, those went on market at a loss. Other phases, we actually seen a decent profit, which created the pot for the next development. So it does go up and down, depending on the cost of construction. I will tell you historically, for ease, the north side had higher profit than the south. Rural development was more economical to develop than the urban, with street, curb, gutter, sidewalks. Those amenities come at a true cost.
Yeah.
So we see more profitability on the north side than the south, but if that helps explain.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking that we have to put in this wastewater and water lines and all of that. That's a cost to us.
Absolutely.
Do we figure that into the cost of the lot also?
The deep services are absolutely, again, going back to council's philosophy, the capital, so the actual water treatment plant and the lagoon, no.
No.
Cause
Okay.
same as any other hamlet we have. But the deep services to service those, absolutely.
Perfect, thank you. I just want to verify how we got to the price that we're doing it. Because, I was talking to your, the guy that goes on appraises, and he figured that we were selling probably 10 to 15% under value. Maybe not, I don't know. I have not talked to the real estate lady out there.
Right.
But the way that you explained it to me, we're covering our costs, so that's good when you're trying to develop a gem.
Director Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to respond to that, Councillor Cermak. I did follow up with the county's assessor, and the information he provided me and clarified was that we are seeing finished lots making a profit. So they built a house on the lot, they're making a profit there. To the best of my knowledge, nobody's selling vacant lots that they purchased from us. So I can't agree that we're underpricing those lots. As Mr. Emmons has pointed out, we do rely on real estate professional to give us an idea as to what they think we can get for those lots. We do compare that to the cost we've put in before bringing recommended prices to council, and it's ultimately council that sets those prices. But just wanted to clarify, yes, people have purchased lots, they've built homes, they've subsequently sold them, and they are seeing a profit there, which I think reflects positively back on the county. It shows opportunity for growth there, so I think it's actually a good thing.
I just wanted to prove it and make it sure that was out there, that we are doing our due diligence, because that has been brought to me. So I do appreciate that we are. Thank you,
Rhonda, or sorry, can I go back for questions? Okay, I wasn't sure if you wanted to make a comment. Okay, Councillor Lohi?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, from my observations, much of the investment in Nordig is in that municipal infrastructure. We have a unique role in there that normally we would be working with a developer to kind of outline what those costs would be, and then the developer sets the basis. But we wear two hats there, so I think trying to stimulate that growth of that community through the Nordig development plan and the policies in place to support development there means that we invest in where we believe that infrastructure is going ahead of time. So there's some upfront costs on getting that in place so that we have the right things in place, and as opposed to letting development outstrip the ability to provide services to it and then having to deal with emergency or temporary measures in order to, so I think we have a good approach here, but it does require a long-term commitment to municipal infrastructure.
Yep. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. High density residential. When we first sat in these chairs, first budget we ever did, we said, can you speed something up? And you did. You were like public works infrastructure, got it done, they sped up a project. Can you speed this one up? It's the biggest ask I always get when talking about Nordig. High density. They need homes, they need high density residential for staffing, for lots of different reasons. We've spent a whole day on Nordig before. Is there any way we can speed that one up? You've done it before.
No.
That's why I asked him and not you.
Dr. Hanson?
He can do anything. No, somebody else blows it up.
Stop it.
Director Hanson.
Yeah, you know, and I really did want to actually get into the list and the meat and potatoes of the projects to talk about, you know, the 2024 work plan. When we look at the high-density residential, that ties directly back to the conversation we were just had earlier about the short-term leases, some long-term residents in that area. We've already accelerated that program into detailed design starting in '24, preliminary engineering, detailed design in '25, as well as and then construction within 3 years. So that would, you know, basically with the approval of that budget would be a notification that says we've got the end of 2 years is the notification period.
Sorry, maybe I wasn't super clear. I mean the high density residential east of Stewart Street. Sorry, I should have been more clear. Because I know that the other one has a lot of other factors that are associated with that, but the east of Stewart Street one doesn't seem to have as many barriers, or doesn't appear to.
Actually, very similar barriers. There's actually short-term leases on that side of the highway as well, on that side of the road.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So we're back to sending in Kurt.
No. Do you want to chime in? Oh, okay, I'm doing great.
That's the biggest importance that community has relayed back to me, is that they need some high density housing. So if we can try to accomplish that sooner rather than later, that's more my point. Can we speed up any of the high density residential in Nordic?
CEO Emmons.
Thank you. I truly believe what we're operating under is the expedited process. And I mean that, Deputy Reedmanoff. There are barriers in play. There are challenges with developing an established community. And we are operating within those parameters right now. I couldn't concur more with Councillor Lougheed. Getting back to a governance role, developing this, selling it, and let the community thrive is the objective and the goal. And for us, the sooner the better. Construction dollars only go up in time, not down. So for us, this is the accelerated. And I would actually say for us, it's the accelerated because for you, it has. Council's philosophy is the development of Nordic pays for the development of Nordic. And the last two councils have been far braver than that philosophy, which has expedited to a large degree.
Councillor Graham.
For me personally, I too want to see Nordeg be developed. It's so exciting every time I go there to see how it's developing. And I mean, the strength of the community was evident in the land use open house with the huge number, the huge turnout. For me, if we're going to speed up a phase, we need to be replacing it. We need to be switching them. I don't think we can do all these phases at once. We have limited money and we have limited administrative resources. We're doing the amalgamation negotiations right now, and that is huge on our administration. And, you know, it doesn't seem like it's a lot in this room to be like, oh, let's speed up this process, but it is a huge burden on administration. So I think that we need to keep those things into consideration when we're trying to speed up projects. And while I would be in favor of maybe switching one out to do high density residential, because I agree they need that, I would not be in favor of doing all of the proposed ones and also doing high density residential, if that makes any sense.
Do you want to offer a comment back?
Yeah, so I guess it caught me a little bit by surprise because I misunderstood which high-density residential. So in 2024, we've allocated $200,000. So that was likely include, we haven't, because that one was really far down the timeline. During the last strategic planning session we had, this became a priority that was going to include, you know, trying to address the staff housing. You know, I guess what I could offer up is let us go through that engineering exercise on this area because it hasn't been a priority. There's been little done. At the end of the 2024 year, then we would know, could we go as far as getting detailed design by the end of 24, or is that, you know, will still be a work plan? Because as you see, we haven't even allocated dollars for 25, 26 because there's so little known about the area and the type of development we can do. We've heard the theories of the high bedrock, you know, the restrictions with that. So we really need to go in there, get the geotech done, get those challenges identified, and then know if that it could be expedited, or do we need that additional year? So give us the year and then we'll find out if we can, in essence.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to add my shoulder to the wheel on getting the high density available residential as soon as possible.
I guess when I look at this list and I realize that it has been, as CO Emmons has indicated, right, past councils have put the pedal to the metal on some of these projects. I think what really needs to happen is a commitment to the timeline. I think the residents and the tourism operators and everybody out there want to see us commit to the timeline that we've put forth, not bumping the projects, so that they can do some forward planning. So I mean, we're here, we're giving them, you know, plans to 2029, you know, that's 5 years. I think people can make a plan around that, and that's what's important. And I know we've made some plans in 2023 to have some other services there that didn't come to fruition, so I think it's, that we're out of our hands. And so when I look at the timeline and everything else, I would say that there'll be an opportunity that Director Hansen can come to council and say, I got some time in my schedule. Would you guys like to do this? Maybe. And, but I think there's an opportunity. I think the administration understands that we want to get developed there. So anyways, but that'll, whatever we can do. And it might be an opportunity to have a conversation during a strat plan as well. So, Deputy Reeve, oh, sorry, Mr. please.
Yeah, so my fault for jumping ahead to the capital summary, the project page. I just wanted to point out what was gonna be funded from the due to, due from, in the sale of those lots, so that those top 3 projects, we kind of have a funding source, even though it's in the future. It's the sale of the lots that are going to be developed and have already been developed but not yet sold. The ones in the 2 sections below don't have funding sources yet. So let's go back one slide, please, Alana. So what are the funding options for the future development of Nordegg? We've split the projects into saleable versus municipal infrastructure. More discussion will be required to understand council's priorities for Nordegg development. And why is it important to divide these into saleable versus municipal infrastructure? The saleable projects will have revenue to at least partially fund them, with the balance of the county funding, the balance of the funding coming through the county for these properties, which is the community purse, where the municipal infrastructure projects are being entirely funded through general revenues and should be prioritized with other municipal projects in mind. So if we move back to that list, so the amount of the $5.2 million that's funded through future sales is $2.6 million, and the balance, those 2 next sections, saleable not yet started, municipal projects not yet started, is $2.5 million. So if all those projects were to go forward in 2024, so let's pick the first one. So 550,000 is identified in 2024. There's, I don't think we have a real good idea of what those lots would sell for, or I don't have it on me anyway about how many lots are being developed and if we would recoup half, 3/4, a third, I don't know. So then some more discussion would have to happen about that phase moving forward and how we're gonna fund that. So the next one that has dollars associated in 2024 is high-density residential, and I believe that's the first project. So 310,000 in planning, with that project not moving forward until 2026 construction. And then Stewart Street Service Commercial has dollars attached in 2024. As well as the municipal projects, all of those projects in the gray in the middle section would have some sort of saleable revenue attached to it. The bottom ones don't have any revenue attached to it. So they're totally funded through the community purse. And the 2024 portion of those projects is $1.4 million. So again, I'll turn it over to Director Hansen for to answer any questions you have about specific projects. But again, that would need to come out of that 4-year financial plan and funds identified for it for those projects.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, so we don't really need to talk about the from previous year. Those are carry forwards from last year. The historic commercial core, those blasted streetlights, taking forever with the design. The industrial subdivision, they got great advancement, and they were really able to take advantage of, here I said I wasn't gonna talk about it. They were able to take advantage of the beautiful fall that we had there. They got a lot of work done there. So shallow utilities, you know, finish the earthworks, landscaping, industrial area there. They'll get that finished early spring. Then hopefully we can get that subdivided, ready for sale. I'm gonna say optimistically fall 2024, spring 2025. Phase 2 residential subdivision, there again, that was the design and the dealing with Fortis there over the course of the summer. That's all gonna be carried forward into 24 for the underground services for that area. Phase 2 historic commercial core, that is, you know, it's a lot of that is the continuation of the roadway, you know, from Stewart Street over to Elizabeth. Also the Stewart Street service commercial, or sorry, that's actually the cemetery to Elizabeth portion. That'll finally get that road, that connection, so we have from the Discovery Center all the way up to Elizabeth, that would get completed. So we did, there again, as per that strategic planning meeting that we did have, we added that $100,000 for the Stewart Street Highway 11 intersection, that road. Understanding that, you know, we had the discussion about the 15-4A, the cost of that bridge and that road. For council's information, I guess, you know, even discussion if you like, we have put in a STIP application for that section of road through the resource road because we have the industry traffic. We put in the application, it's upwards of possibly 50%. At least that would be a piece of information we could bring back as we're going through this design. You know, so it's not completely off the table if it was funded 50% dollars to the province. Is that still an option? So we've put in the application and we'll bring back the answer to that application there at a future meeting if we are successful or not, and then we can start up that conversation again. And then really those last 3 items there, maybe we haven't heard from Matt at all here today about the cemetery, the historic mine site. The trestles are also, and the virtual reality project are on this list, so maybe he'd like to speak to those.
Would you like to speak to those, Director Martinson?
Sure, yeah. So we have the 2 trestles that we talked about at the strategic planning meeting, 3 trestles. 2 of them planned for 2024, trestles 1 and 3, and then trestle 2. Trestle 2 is the one that you drive under when you get into the historic park. It's in the most challenging state, so it's being left till last to make sure that we have a little more additional information for designing a proper replacement. We also have the virtual reality project in there as well. That's to increase the accessibility of the mine site for folks that maybe don't have the opportunity to tour it or want to tour it in a different way. Allow us to do a lot of things both at the museum and Discovery Center, but also within our website, and it would provide council an opportunity to preserve any structures currently on the mine site that we might not be able to save. And I know, you know, we've committed to council that we're going to try our very best to preserve and save every piece of infrastructure that's there. I think the realities suggest that that's going to be almost impossible in the very, very long term. There's duplications of certain pieces of infrastructure that may not be economically feasible to save, but there also just is the realities of some things just cannot be saved. There may not be the materials to save them or the enough resources to do so. So having the virtual scan of the entire site, including every building, will allow us to save in perpetuity everything there in a virtual form. And the sky's the limit with that technology. There'll be things that we can do there that I have no idea at this moment that we can. So we're very excited about that project. We are looking at that project as, like the trestles, as a candidate for grant funding. And then as well, just the regular mine site work that we plan on doing. As we presented earlier this year, we've done a considerable amount of groundwork this year and design work to put us in a position to start doing the preservation work that we'd like to do. We are currently in discussions with the Provincial Historic Resources Department, as well as getting potentially available to start writing permits and grants with that department to get approvals and grant funding to do the work that we need to make sure that the structures and the sites preserved. A lot of the, as we mentioned before, a lot of the issues are related to drainage, subsurface water and surface water. So we are getting the plans together to address that, and we're pretty confident that we'll be able to do that. So yeah, I think that's pretty much a quick summary of those three projects. It's the Nordic Cemetery. We have a final year of design and based on the consultation that we did this summer with the community, we're going to implement that information into our final design and get tender ready for what could potentially be a 2025 build of whatever council wishes to move forward on. That project's very scalable. There's 4 phases that have different qualities. And so, you know, whether council wants to move forward with a traditional type of landscaping and turf, or council wants to move forward with more of a wildland type or a little bit of both, whether council wants to move forward with trail network, which would tie very nicely into these trestles. That's partly what we're looking at. The trestles are nearish to where the site that we've selected as optimal for the cemetery. So we made tremendous progress last year on that project. We expect to do the same this year and put council in a position to potentially build in 2025. Again, we do not have a necessity to build in 2025. We still have what we believe to be up to 3 to 4 years of plots available in our old cemetery. So council has some flexibility on when they want to. We've heard it again today many times. This project will only get costlier. We will potentially have opportunity costs that will start stacking up if we don't get to it sooner than later. So, you know, those are things that council juggles every day on a lot of projects, and they certainly are present with this one. With all these projects, we work very closely with Public Works Construction, Public Works Operations, and Planning, because virtually everybody has a finger in the Nordic pie. So we're excited to continue to work with essentially all county departments when it comes to moving these priorities forward. I think that's all that I really have to summarize. I would be happy to answer any questions and turn it back over to Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. I actually had the Nordic Cemetery highlighted for me, and that was, you know, you had just mentioned it's got 3 to 4 years before. Are we mandated to, like, if the cemeteries are full, are we mandated to have room there for like, once they're full, and people are then obligated to go someplace else? I don't know if that's a municipal responsibility. I'm curious.
There's no law that says we have to have a cemetery available with X amount of spaces. It traditionally is, when we look around the province, a municipal responsibility when it comes to services that build a community. I would suggest those are things that people look for when they're ticking boxes for communities they want to live in. You know, what are the recreation amenities? What are the commercial amenities? Grocery stores. You know, and you know, cemeteries and things I think would fall under that. Once we do have a cemetery, we do have requirements. We have a mandate under the Cemetery Act to maintain cemeteries to certain standards, operate them to certain standards. But to answer the question, nope, there is no law that says you shall. The closest cemetery to Nordegg would be, to the east would be, you know, Pine Grove and Rocky Mountain House, over an hour away. And then to the west, Revelstoke, you know, someplace in BC, Banff maybe. As far as you know, so it is an area that services, you know, Nordegg, Misty Valley, and those types of areas. As far as how we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. Just because of the cemetery stuff, I had dug into the Cemeteries Act, and it's quite restrictive, actually. Like, I found when I was reading it over, municipalities and faith-based organizations are actually the only ones allowed to actually even do it. So, anyway, I just found it fascinating. Back to high density, sorry. There's a lot of grants available for housing in general. Would that apply to our type of project? Or because we're not actually building housing yet, does it not apply? Or if we say partnered with a developer that'll build the structure, could we then qualify for some of this? Like housing, the provincial and federal government is very much pushing grants on housing. So I'm just curious if we could qualify for some of those.
I have no idea. It's something that we've never looked into historically, of trying to get a granting agent. If it would have been available, we would have applied when it comes to as a developer. The partnerships have layers of complication. As a municipality partnering with a private individual, that just quickly balloons up into, well, if you're gonna do it over here, are you gonna do it over there? And which completely disintegrates most relationships. So that's just been my history with it. There's, I doubt that it's ever been, you know, if there was a developer that was knocking on the door that was ready to do that, and if there was a way we could assist them through, you know, I'm sure we'd be at the table if we could hear a proposal from them. But when it's us trying to entice a developer, that's, you know, I say layers of complication, because why them, not them? If there was cash available for these guys, then my story is just as good, but it's completely different.
So then if we became the next step of development for the actual housing part of it, we could maybe qualify for a bunch of these grants.
Possibly.
Sorry.
We have.
Because there's a lot of housing grants.
Director Martinson?
Yeah, so I think you're referring to a lot of the social housing grants as far as affordable housing. And so those do require often municipal housing corporation, because as CAO Emmons mentioned, we are required to sell property on a market value. Well, that is counter to social housing principles. They actually require you to often lease or rent below market, hence the affordability of it. And so that's where a municipal housing corporation comes in. Now they are exempt under the MGA requirement to sell the housing at market value, because it's to address a social need. Often low income folks, but sometimes seniors, sometimes mental health or other illness. And so those are typically, in my experience, the brunt of the grants that are available. They often come with, in our experience in reviewing them around the work that we do, they come with sort of pre-qualifying checklists. So things like homeless housing counts. And so to to sort of show that you have a homeless population or a mental health crisis or a addiction crisis. And so you work with AHS to say, okay, here's our scenario that we have this density of illness in our community and this density. And so I don't know, you know, if that would apply in Nordic. I don't want to judge and throw out things that you know, we haven't looked at, but just sort of at a quick kind of glance, that, you know, that may not apply there, for most of the housing projects that grants that I've seen. If hopefully that helps Director Hansen answer that question.
Thank you. It just, we constantly hear about housing grants available, so it's like, hey, we need housing.
Certainly something that I think we could look into a little bit in conjunction with Director Hansen, and if there was something available, I think the best angle to probably look at would be this staffing, because again, helping folks that might be, you know, having issues, whether it's unemployment or homelessness or mental health, often getting them into housing where they can have employment is very much a good thing. So if we could sort of, for lack of a better word, look at an angle like that, you know, that could absolutely, because we know that we have, you know, a bit of a crunch when it comes to employers in that community getting employment and stuff like that. So it certainly is something I think we could try to look at and investigate a little bit more.
Councillor Graham?
My question, and I hate to say the borrow word, but the saleable things in Nordeg, would those be appropriate to borrow for? If we're so confident that they're all gonna sell and it's gonna be great, or is that inappropriate?
Well, it would fit the criteria in that it's not a perpetual project. That being said, there isn't a known amount of revenue that we're going to get back from it. So how do we plan on funding the debenture? Is it just through the revenue of the sale? And what if the sale doesn't generate enough revenue? How then do those costs get allocated out? I mean, it's something that the committee could consider for sure.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
It's a great discussion, and I hate to interrupt, but ultimately, I think we need to send a clear message to the community of what our development plans are around Nordeg. This is one of the last moments where we have to make those kind of decisions clear to the community. I think they deserve that. As we move into 2025, there's a lot of uncertainties there, and the priorities, no doubt, will change at that point in time. And so I think we owe it to our community not to leave them hanging for a couple of years. With that, I would like to request a short recess, if I could.
Okay, we'll request a 10-minute recess and come back, please. All right, welcome back. We're talking in regards to Nordig and talking about housing, and I believe I didn't get Councillor Northcott an opportunity to comment or question. Go ahead.
Absolutely, thank you, Reeve. And yes, my comment is in regards to there has been discussions that I've heard in regards to granting and stuff like that for low income and affordable housing and stuff like that. I absolutely, I support amenities in the community for areas like Leslieville, Condor, absolutely for residents. I'm hesitant to support in Nordig to venture down that road for the income of like low income or affordable housing in Nordig, and that there's long-term impacts and costs for social programs, additional strain on healthcare systems. So I'm hesitant to venture down or support that avenue at this time.
Yeah, but I concur with that because there are a lot of supports that needs to come with those particular vulnerable populations. That is what I'm learning through my role on ASHA and the Alberta Seniors Community Housing Board, and so with that, but we could still look into those particular programs, and going forward, I'm sure you'll bring them forward as see fit. All right, I'll turn back to you, Ms. Sirhan, in regards to that particular item. If we're finished, great. If not, we'll move on.
Right, so just to make sure, I just want to confirm council's priorities. So in 2024, identified from municipal funding is $2,580,000. And those projects identified in 2024 that move into 25 and 26, there's an additional $13.2 million in those 2 years for those projects.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. At the bottom of my sheet, it actually says it's 5.1.
Those are just for the projects that start in 2024.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Then wouldn't it be higher then if it's just the ones starting? Because it'd be all of them? You're saying it's 2.5, this is 5.1.
Oh, they're the top 3 projects funded from that due to, due from, because those are projects that had started already and will be funded through future sales.
Perfect, thank you.
No more red lights other than yours. You can carry on.
Okay. So the last 2, restricted surplus accounts we need to speak about are the Ag Rec facility restricted surplus account and the operations and administration facility restricted surplus account. I have the Ag Rec facility first. Actually, I'm just gonna jump to the operations and administration facility because there's 2 projects, small projects that are funded in 2024 through this restricted surplus account. One of them is the Nordig staff housing at $250,000 and air conditioning unit in the Nordig Discovery Center.
Yeah, I'd be happy to provide council a little bit more details on those. Those would be new, I guess. The discussion we had at the last strategic planning committee meeting was that we were going to let the 2 mobile home lots go to use for public sale, but we still have identified need for, I'm going to say, let's call it temporary staff housing in Nordig until our high density residential area gets developed. As you know, as we're continuing our level of service or enhancing our level of service in Nordig, we're looking at $250,000 for a 2-suite shack, I guess, in essence, to be used in term to, you know, possibly located on our industrial site. We're looking at all other options of where it can be located, where it makes sense to service it in the interim. Then that could likely, maybe, hopefully get liquidated there at the end if we actually have a permanent solution. The other is with the increased utilization of our Discovery Center, climate control has become a concern, air conditioning to be installed in the Discovery Center. It's an antique building, but you know, this day and age, we require the amenities of today. So we've identified $125,000 to put in an air conditioning unit and the ducting associated with. So those are the two. And then there's $100,000 allocated for the operations admin facility as, you know, and that's subject to discussion here today and or further. It's not a tax revenue. Of course, that would come from that facility restricted surplus. But that was to, if this committee was ready to do either land investigation, public engagement, engage a consultant to assist us with the business plan. I say we've got to start the conversation. We had a great conversation at the last meeting. That really needs to continue on into 2024. We wanted to make sure that we had, you know, identified a dollar amount that we could, you know, if we're ready to move forward on exercising some of these ideas, whether it be investigation, geotech, engagement, or anything. So there has been money, say, put into budget for, and that becomes part of the work plan for 2024. So that summarizes the expenditures that we have identified for that.
Okay. Thank you for that. All right. Would you like to? I'm fine with what's been put forth, what you've identified. I believe we do need to continue with that discussion in regards to that operational, you know, administration facility. I would say that we've done well thus far, but we do realize that for more efficiencies, we can find way more efficiencies within the organization and through our service levels by having us all within one roof or one location. Looking, okay, lights on for Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I have to agree. I think we had some good starting discussions around land and facilities, and I agree they need to continue on into the next year, early preferably.
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, we definitely need to have more chats about this, and public consultation costs money, because I think that's the big piece of this puzzle that needs to happen before we can make a decision on this. Public consultation needs to take place again, because the plan is potentially changed. We need to see what the public thinks and what they want with this particular line item. And so having some funds set aside in order to accomplish that, I think is prudent.
And I would argue that the plans haven't changed. They've just advanced to the point, because as La Paz Council, we have bumped that 10 years, and that 10 years is now within 4 years. So as time has marched on, it's kind of needs to be talked about sooner than later. Any other comments or questions in regards to these two items? Seeing none?
Yeah, so I was going to wrap up kind of the two facility discussions into one. There's two restricted surplus accounts there. There's the operations and administration facility sitting at $16 million. And then there's the ag rec facility, which is at $5.2 million. Both are identified as having planning dollars of $100,000 each. I think as we move forward, we will have better funding strategies as far as these two programs also kind of meet the criteria for debt because they will be 50-year structures at a minimum, and then you know, so they wouldn't be ongoing in the 10-year capital plan. We would have to look further out, and we'd have to talk about replacement at a following strategic planning meeting. But to get these discussions going and figure out what the best funding strategies are, is it to purchase in today's dollars or construct in today's dollars versus pushing it down the road when it becomes more expensive. That's been a real obstacle in the last few years especially. We've seen the cost of constructing facilities just go up exponentially to the point that we're probably further behind now on these than we were a few years ago. So yeah, just having those planning dollars in there for those two facilities to get more discussion going around what what the plans are for those two facilities. Okay.
That's it, yep.
Okay, so we just move to the next one. The next, no, we talked about it, right? Okay, so we can actually skip past this one, because, yeah, so we've, confirmed for the most part, the 2024 projects. And the only one that I just want to make sure that we're clear on is that those Nordegg development, plans of the $2.5 million coming out of the restricted surplus in 2024 for those plans that cost quite a bit more in 2025 and 2026. And then, so if we could put the 4-year capital plan back up there, Alana. Yep, that's great. So 2024, you still have $630,000 left to allocate. 2025, you can see short $7.2 million to move forward with all those projects that are started in 2024. So as far as this goes, the committee could recommend everything we've just discussed today to council to move forward with the 2024 budget. And the only other thing that we would have left to discuss at the budget approval stage would be amortization. Now, amortization will have a budget line, and it's an estimate of the tangible capital assets that we use within that year. But again, that is a non-cash item, so it moves back in, so it's an in and an out. It doesn't really affect the bottom line. I'll talk a little bit more about it when we approve budget. We do want to have a budget number there, though, for the financial statements. So when we go to approve that budget, because it's a non-cash item, there's no real decision to be made about that number, but I just want to make sure we point it out, talk about what it stands for, what it means, and we'll be doing that when we approve the 2024 budget.
Are there any questions? So the $630,000 that's left at the bottom, we can allocate that to a future restricted surplus, correct?
Right, so in 2024, there's no allocation going to the administration facility or the ag rec facility. So the committee could talk about maybe 2% revenue isn't quite enough, considering there could be a rate increase and an assessment increase. We don't really know what's gonna happen there with the assessment number, so we could project 2% is about $1 million of revenue, so we could talk about increasing revenues.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. So the 600, that's showing that 630 that we have available to
Yes.
use, not that we have to find
No,
630. So that's refreshing.
that's without contributing anything, either one of the facilities, though, that we have been contributing, or the county has been putting money away for both those facilities annually, so that's taking those transfers off.
Okay, so that's taking the 500,000 annual transfer off, and so it's not going to the ag rec facility.
Right, and there's
Okay.
nothing being contributed other than rental revenue to the facility restricted surplus for the administration building.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Cermak.
How much have we been putting away each year for the administration building?
1.8 million.
1.8. I think we need to find that somewhere.
She does put it away.
No, we're not putting it
No, it's
away.
just not more. It's 1.8 that you're putting away every year already.
We have been, but
But
not
not
in
this year.
2024. In 2024, these are your transfers to restricted surpluses for the projects that you've talked about.
Councillor Graham.
So these numbers up here are being put into restricted surplus, they're not being taken from. So
Right.
everything else is being topped up as per policy except for those two.
Right.
No?
Yes, these are the ones that we have in the past, put funding. I just wanna make sure I haven't missed one. I don't see the vehicles and equipment. That will make a difference.
So everything is funded, we don't have to figure out where we're getting funding from, we have to figure out how we're gonna top up our restricted surplus? Okay. I'm catching up now.
Unless Rhonda changes something.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the fleet one. I think that was 1.8, right? No, it's 2.
1.8 is what we're supposed to be giving them annually to be ready all the time, right? It's 2 now or something.
Yeah,
1.8
2.
the last time we got.
So let me look back in my,
Yeah.
my
This
notes.
was last year. And they did a whole presentation.
Yeah, annual funding required was 2.09.
2.09?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, 2.1, okay. Whoops, not 21. Boy, those zeros just add up, don't they?
There we go.
Okay, so yeah, there's a shortfall of 1,469,000, which we talked about those two restricted surplus accounts that were kind of flexible, the tax rate or revenue stabilization and the public works capital. And then also we could look at increasing revenues.
All right. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Does this already include that 2% increase?
2% revenue increase, so that could come from assessment increase or rate increase.
Okay. Different question. What has our annual contribution been to the ag rec facility?
In the past, it's been 5,000, and both the ag rec facility and the operations facility don't have a transfer to them in 2024, currently in this list.
So looking at the tax rate stabilization fund, there was 8.44 million there that we could transfer out to fill the gap. There was the other
$4 million in the public works
in
capital.
the public works felt there as well. What is Councillor Graham?
Sorry, I'm not commenting on that, do you still want me to?
No.
Oh, okay.
That's fine.
So like contingency, for example, that's gonna be topped up?
Contingency is a line in the operations budget, and it's
Okay.
set at 500,000, so it's funded through tax revenue already.
Okay, so at the end of this year, what are our restricted surplus is gonna be sitting at?
At the end of 2023,
2024, like proposed to be sitting at, I guess.
I would have to do a calculation and send out an email, but.
Okay.
So what would happen is these dollars would go into restricted surplus. Oops, sorry. Which is $17 million. And then the capital projects would all be coming out of restricted surplus, which is 41 million. Well, there'd be additional, yeah. I'll have to do a calculation.
Okay, thank you, sorry. to
No, that's
put you on
okay.
the spot.
That's okay.
All right, so looking at the numbers there, Saran is looking for some discussion in regards to what we'd like to, where we'd like to find the dollars to, for the 1.469 million, where would we like to draw that from? Or cut? Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Solid waste, central site is a good cut for me. Rainbow Ford Road until we have a discussion with the town, because it doesn't, for me, it doesn't make sense to kind of stop it right there. Like, let's work together on that, Rainbow Ford Road. And broadband administration, the new staff member.
So Director Hansen, in regards to Rainbow Ford Road, has there ever been consultation with the town to assist with that in the past, or has it always been on Clearwater County?
So when it was done in 2008, 2009, I guess it was just that the county extended that overlay into the town without any consultation that I recall. I was fresh and new back then. We just did what we liked. But you know, it's pretty accurate.
Okay, okay.
Honestly, it's their portion, you know, it would be nice, and that is actually one philosophy that we could adopt, is that it's safe to say that the west end of that road needs the most work. When it becomes a priority for them to do their road and fix the culvert issues, like there's actually a separated culvert there they've been putting in cold mix actually, that needs to be dug up and the culvert needs to be replaced. So when they do their portion, you know, then it would make more sense for us to do ours, and we can kind of collaborate. Maybe we'd have a combined project. So you're not far off on identifying that as something that could be eliminated and then picked up again in the future.
I'm sure they have a list of what they've identified in their roads, in their road system, what is a priority as well too. So they may have something that's higher priority than that particular area as well. So be a great administration to administration conversation, I guess, for the future. So bring back, would that come back at an ICC for something like that, or?
I think it would just be administration to see what the capital plan is for that road. And again, we're not seeing a catastrophic failure on our portion. There's some concerns with the town portion. I'm more concerned than they seem to be.
Okay.
So, but yeah, it actually it's already part of our work plan to engage the town, especially if it was gonna happen as early as 24. But, you know, as a good neighbor philosophy, maybe it is, you know, postponed, so we give them time to, maybe if it wasn't identified to them previously, it could be now. And if it was on their 10-year plan, we line ours up with them, say, always looking for efficiencies if we can combine a project together.
Thank you for that. All right, so the suggestions were to postpone the Rainbow Ford Road to, was this, so for clarification, Deputy Melhoff, in regards to the central waste transfer station, for the, was it $200,000?
It was 100 and then 100 and then 6.5.
So-
For 2024,
So
2025.
push it down
I'm
at all?
just strike it entirely.
I-
Because pushing it down just passes the buck and we have to then put money from
agreed.
restricted surplus.
So I would like to ask Director Magnus, in the $100,000 identified for 2024, was that just for design and concept and engineering, or what was that, Mr. Hansen, what was that specifically for 2024, that $100,000 for the central waste site?
Yeah, so that would be, of course, if that became part of our work plan as of 2024, we would engage either the current engineers or a new engineer to, you know, evaluate our needs and the options available for advancing our central waste transfer site. Getting those options gathered together, that's when we'd be coming back, you know, knowing this is the property, what makes the most sense in relation to the other plans that we have there. that we would be bringing that back to council for consideration, and anything that we could do, if we can get, they say, if we have to do permitting, geotech work, or if we're gonna use the current site, some of that work's done. There's quite a few unknowns, but that would get that ball rolling, in 2024. As I say, it's considerably a larger amount of work if we had to move off its current location. And that would be definitely a 2-year project. If it was going to be in place, then it's less work.
Okay. Councillor Northcott. Oh, I thought I seen a light blink, sorry. I'm not sure I want to postpone that. I'm, as far as the Central States site, or Central Waste site, as identified by Councillor Cermak, I think we need to give some stability to the residents, that if this is the choice that we've picked, where we're going to put it, I think we need to show, I know I get calls and emails about a reuse shed, so we need to identify what we're doing there as well. So waste is something we're legislative for, so it's not something that we can, I think we need to figure out where that site has got to go, or what we're gonna do there. So I'm okay with figuring out some of those, coming back at a strategic plan to figure out what that scope would be and et cetera, but I'm not in favor of not doing something about it, or talking about it this year. I'll go to Councillor Graham.
My only concern, and I had the same concern last year with the Bunch Road, is, in my opinion, the Bunch Road and the Rainbow Ford Road are both some of the worst condition paved roads in our area, in our county. I think they're both in pretty rough shape, so that's my concern. I hear the town part and everything, but I don't know, from driving on those two roads there too, and I know Bunch wasn't brought up in this, but they are, I don't think they're in super awesome shape. Is that a misjudgment on my part, or?
Director Hansen?
That's exactly why it's on the list as a priority. I'm just, as administration, we need to adapt to the council to provide options for consideration. If the priority doesn't align with, as you're trying to balance a larger budget item, we're going to continually adjust our programs and still try to be as effective as we can. It is definitely a higher priority than others because of the age of the infrastructure, but we are certainly open to suggestions of, is it going to fail within a year? No. It does extend the life the faster that we can get the structure added onto it, protects the base, we understand that. But we actually have a fantastic maintenance program, and I'm certainly glad that this council supports that. With our crack seal, our asphalt repair, that stuff is still in place to preserve our structure as much as we can. And I guess have faith in us that we wouldn't bring it to you if it wasn't a priority, but we'll always pivot on other ideas and put it down the line if it helps a bigger picture.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I think the worst section of the Rainbow Ford Road is in town. So I would be in favor of postponing that for a year to see if we can get the town to support doing their part. I have some mixed feelings about the solid waste transfer to the main site, as I hear complaints from people that the bins that are being used are just what we had, and that they really don't work very well, especially the ones with the narrow slots, that they're really difficult to use. So that doesn't mean I wouldn't be in favor of putting it off for a year or so.
Sorry, thanks, Mr. Hand, sorry.
Yeah, so what's in front of you is a snapshot of the 10-year capital plan with an emphasis on 2024. once budget is agreed on for 2024, strategic planning will continue, starting right again in January, with a focus on prioritizing those projects and setting funding sources further into the future. The revenue stabilization, which we've noted is flexible, it would cover this $1.4 million. And then I see coming to the first strategic planning committee meeting in January would be talking about funding some of those things that could be debenture or not, and we talk about them first, and feel, and which one of those are a priority, or if they're not a priority, let's, because I think we have restricted surpluses in all those accounts where we could do one project and maybe not another, do you know what I mean? So I think there's lots of discussion that needs to happen with the committee and with council to decide what those priorities are. I don't have too many concerns with what's in the 2024 budget, with the exception of the Nordegg Development Plan, being that to bring all of those projects to fruition is an additional $14 million. And again, if we're gonna move forward on all of those projects in 2024, to bring those projects to completion would be an additional 13 over 2 years. So that's a lot to try to come up with. And are those projects a priority over the other ones? And so I've talked to, like we could have another strategic planning meeting in February or March as soon as we can and talk about some of these things. We could identify for you which things need more discussion before they're moved forward, and just identify those for you when we approve the 2024 budget at the next council meeting. There are definitely some options, and I feel like we've made really good headway in the last 2 days about prioritizing the programs and services that Clearwater County provides its stakeholders, and I think we just need to build and develop that out into more detail. But to get into more service level discussions, I just don't think we have the time to do that, and we should focus on which ones are a priority to talk about into the new year.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. What's before us has a number of assumptions in it. One of them was an increase in tax rate of 2%, I believe.
Tax revenue, yeah.
Tax revenue, sorry.
Yeah.
As well as allocation of unrestricted surplus as well.
Yes, of $4 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are kind of good estimates, perhaps.
But estimates nonetheless, yes.
Yeah, and can you just remind me what 1% across the board tax increase would?
Yeah, it's just under 500,000, about 485,
Okay.
490.
And then we have approximately 8 million plus in tax stabilization
Yes.
account as well, which should, with a combination of those things, be able to moderate any fluctuations that we're not anticipating at this time. So I don't know if there's a big barrier here that we need to start canceling service level programs at this moment, and deciding that, because I think we certainly have room within those surpluses that are available to us now, and project delivery timelines to be able to make this work, from my perspective anyway.
Yeah. Councillor Graham?
I think that I was kind of thinking along the same lines. For me, you know, we're about to have a conversation about dust control. If we were to decide to not subsidize that, would that go through, if we approved this budget and decided people are gonna pay 100% of their own dust control, would that mean that this year that budget item would drop, or would it go through as proposed in this budget this year?
The program as it sits right now, if it was 100% funded, we would just ask for a budget increase to the revenue.
Okay.
Because it's not 100% funded right now.
Okay, because I also have the concerns about the central waste station, whatever the heck it's called.
Right.
So I just wanna make sure that if we have that discussion and decide we're not going forward with it, that we can make those adjustments
Right.
throughout the year. We're not,
Yes.
okay. I would be comfortable then with just reallocating some funds from the tax stabilization or whatever.
Right, is
I
revenue
don't see it up
stabilization.
there.
I don't know what its, the official title is right at this moment, but.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think what administration would need from council is, administration will bring to council what we've heard or what we think we heard needs more discussion. And if there's something that doesn't need more discussion that we bring, just say it doesn't need more discussion. If we've missed something, just say, no, we need more discussion on this before we move forward on it. And we'll make sure that those items are in a really early strategic planning meeting.
Yes, I agree. Any further comments? Councillor Cermak?
I just want to put it to the council. How important is it to get our administration and our employees in one area instead of spread out all over and get them into our county? I think it's really important to us because I think we can save some money if we do that. What does the rest of the council think?
There we go. Lights are on. That's great.
I want to put
love it.
everybody
There
on
you
the,
go. I
on the
like
spot,
it.
because I think it's a necessity to move ahead with that.
Okay. I'll go start on my left.
Please.
Councillor Graham.
I think it's extremely important as well. I see the frustrations with the community and wanting to do that, but when we were at our fall staff meeting and one of the longtime employees of Clearwater County looked at me and said, I don't even recognize half the people in this room. And it's because they're in a different building and they don't see each other. You know, we have a director in 2 buildings, I believe, and I don't imagine that is an easy thing to do, and I don't think it helps to, the happier people are working here, the better service the residents are gonna receive, and I don't think, you know, it's good to know each other and it's good to mingle with each other and to build those bonds. You'll work better together and it'll be beneficial for everyone. So I think it's extremely important.
Councillor Lougheed.
Well, I'd echo that. I think it's extremely important as well, observing how this organization operates so efficiently, even being spread out. I think that there could be additional efficiencies by being under one roof. I see the benefit of that. I don't think it has a short-term payback, but I think over the long term, we're looking at a facility that's going to serve our community for 50 years, say. There would be a median where you would be seeing those cost efficiencies overtake the cost of the building at some point in time, and I believe that would be earlier rather than later. I think it's well worth having the discussion of where that gets moved within the schedule, and it does take a commitment to resources to be able to start having that enabled through our long-term budgeting.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree with what both of the 2 before me have said. However, like you said, that there'll be cost savings. I've never seen a number to justify that, and I'd love to see that, because that's how I can defend this. That's how I can go out to the public and defend doing that, because I would love to see us in the county. I think we should be in the county, but we also need to recognize that as a council, we need to be able to defend that project. And that includes getting the numbers where the cost savings will be found. Efficiencies are hard. You can't, like, having the staff on it, there's no number to associate with that really. But for the numbers for 5 buildings, 5 utilities, like, we can give hard numbers for those. But I also want to hear back from the community, because that was a very contentious issue a few years ago. So if we have the numbers to defend the project and can roll it out to the community with all of the information, I think I could get behind it. But I also know that we are in the process of an amalgamation, and we're gonna have to bring together potentially an asset management plan of another community into this at some point. And we are a shortfall of what, 112 million over 10 years? What's our shortfall when we involve another municipality? 200 million, 300 million? We don't even know yet. So while I absolutely understand where everybody else is coming from, and I agree, we also need to keep that in mind too.
Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, thank you. My comments as far as a administration building, it's definitely something to think about, but there are many priorities. There's just so many priorities for dry hydrants. There's Tamarack Trail Systems, social programs, just the list is really endless of things that are coming towards municipalities. But one thing I would say is I don't think I'd support it out to just randomly placed out in the county. Just if you're gonna have efficiencies, I think closer to an urban municipality, in my opinion, provides more efficiencies. I don't know, just put it out somewhere randomly placed out in the rural landscape doesn't make sense to me at this time.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
My thinking is very similar to the Deputy Reeve and to Councillor Northcott. I like to make decisions on facts. And while I agree there are some inefficiencies, I think the cost would far outweigh that. But again, I have not seen any, numbers to support that. So that's where I am, and I think if or when we do go ahead with that, the building needs to be strategically placed to be part of a complex and gain some efficiencies there too.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed.
I certainly appreciate the discussion. I think it really bears on having that commitment to see those efficiencies come to bear. I did want to, although I understand your passion, Deputy Reeve Milhoff, I don't want to put that concept out there that the amalgamation or the potential amalgamation with Caroline is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't think that scope is realistic. There could be some costs, and we're not sure what those are. The amalgamation process will define some of those, but I don't want that to be the question I get tonight is where does $200 million go or something. I don't anticipate that. I've never seen any numbers to back that up as well. So I just wanted to say that once.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I also haven't seen any numbers to say that's not true. So, to be fair, until I got this book, I didn't think we were $112 million short over 10 years either. So, this book is the one that told me that we were going to be $112 million short. So, I don't have any numbers backing up that it's not an accuracy that bringing in another community that doesn't have the same level of asset management plan isn't going to impact it's going to impact our asset management plan. It has to. There's no other way around that it would.
Councillor Lougheed.
Well, thank you for that, and I do appreciate your interpretation of that. My kind of shift on that was saying that we need to, if we're going to have this work plan, that we're going to be short on that, and we need to think about adding to those restricted surpluses that define those projects over that time, rather than coming to. I don't think it's coming to the end of 10 years and saying, "Whoops, where's the $110 million?" It's saying we need to find and align our priorities so that we have the funds in place to be able to accomplish what the goal or the vision we're setting out. The setting of priorities, really, and I think that's what, in my mind, that's what that exercise was.
Councillor Graham.
Just a point that I forgot to say, and I don't know that it's that high of a priority for residents, but when they come here and they're talking to AG, so then they get sent there, they come here and they were supposed to go to emergency services, and what a pain in the butt. I remember not my last drop-in session, but the one prior, like the whole morning, it was just people coming into the wrong building, and I don't know if it was just an off day or if that's how it usually is, but that is inconvenient for residents, especially if they're trying to come on their lunch break, and like that, just another thought.
There's no price on that, other than their time, which is an asset or a liability. I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Maybe this is too late in the conversation to mention, but
We'll wrap up.
I took the Deputy Reeves' comment about we don't know the impact of amalgamation as a word of caution.
All right. Councillor Cermak.
I'm going to change the subject completely
Hold
now.
on. Oh, we're squirreling off. Okay. Well,
Because I think we should put $3 million towards this complex. But the other thing I want to talk about, and it's not in this budget, and I don't know if Mr. Hand will have any information on it, the moratorium on the new drills in our Clearwater County come off next year, right?
There's no, there's an end date, but we don't know. The province hasn't indicated whether they'll stop it or let it continue.
But when it started, it was a 3-year moratorium. And that comes up next year.
And we have no answer.
And there's been quite a few new drills. And they've been given quite a break. That should add some money to our coffers. Or not.
Yep, Mr. Han, or, go ahead, Mr. Han.
So we have increased revenue in 2025 to kind of estimate what we think that might be. We don't have any numbers, but we are hopeful that that does get removed and that we are able to tax those assessment dollars within the county, and they have been identified in the 4-year financial plan. The other thing I wanted to just reiterate again is, yeah, it's not about that $110 or $112 million shortfall. It's about, because there's so many assumptions and estimates in that 10-year plan, it's about aligning the priorities to make sure that what Clearwater County accomplishes are the priorities of this council and the Strategic Planning Committee. It's to ensure success for what this committee wants to accomplish. So, yeah, again, service levels can be discussed at the Strategic Planning Committee meetings throughout the year, and this is just budget deliberation should be about confirming that administration has heard the priorities of this committee and that this budget would be recommended to council.
Counselor, or Doctor, Director, Counselor, no, just kidding. Mr. Hanson, just get to the end of the day.
No, I just wanted to pick up on the operations, admin facility discussion. The question was asked during the last strategic planning meeting about, the cost of, the operational cost of our facilities. So, with our work plan being set out by budget, we've already started doing the calculations on our operating costs. And I'm gonna bring back, my short presentation I had was our facilities general. So, that really, it falls under my purview. We've already done the math, on the dirty math on the operations facility actual expenses for 2022, because end of 2023 hasn't quite happened yet. We haven't got those finalized. So I'll share with you briefly. So the buildings that we're looking at that would be eliminated through the process of combining the buildings would, of course, be the administration facility, this one, the ASB facility, the Public Works facility down past Cal Tire, and of course the Emergency Services building. The major categories, of course, include electricity, gas, propane, water, sewer, telecommunications, contracted services, material supplies, because there is a increased expense having those spread over. Now, using the actual expenses of 2022, those 4 buildings equate to approximately $377,000 as our operating expense to run those facilities with those combined. Now, again, so you're looking for the number, that is the number, but as we go through the communication strategy and, the work plan of 2024, it'll become more refined and put into a presentation that we could include as a public engagement piece with, say, a little bit more refinement. Then we'll have 23 numbers as well. So you asked the question about what the number was, and it's $377,000, $814.03.
Thank you for that. And I guess I will answer you, Councillor Cermak. I believe that there can be no number put on a culture of an administration that wants to serve its community. So for me, having an administration that is working together and in a day-to-day operation, We know how the philosophy of CO Emmons is, he's lean, but he also understands that every employee here is valued, and we need a place that him and his organization can be proud of. And I think that's part of the efficiencies that will come when we do have another building, whenever that may be in the future. Did not get past me yesterday when Mr. Hannon mentioned that this organization has run shorthanded all this past year. It has been a lean year with very few bumps because of the weather, and stuff has been postponed. And I believe that this administration has done an awesome job making sure that, to the best of their abilities, the service levels have been met or near met. So for that, I thank them very much. So I am in support of that, wherever that may be, and I look forward to the discussions over the year and talking about what that might look like, and having those discussions with our county administration, or county ratepayers, to say, you know, this is a county we can be proud of, and let's face it, we have generations that may need to work at this facility as well. So that's my answer for you. Thank you. You're welcome. You bet. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you. Thank you for numbers. I appreciate that. That's always helpful. You mentioned you want to put $3 million into the building. Where are you getting it?
I have no idea.
Because, like, even if we all agree with you, where does it come from?
Yeah.
So,
That's why I was hoping that moratorium was off.
well, the energy minister was asked that 4 different ways at RMA and evaded every single one. So I worry that actually it's not off, because he evaded every single one of those questions. But.
Councillor Lahi?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I was just going to kind of respond to. I share your hope that the province would choose to give that control or that back. You know, when I grew up, I really enjoyed a good fairy tale, Goldilocks, Jack and the Beanstalk. The one I've got most often is from the province, and it's kind of along the lines of, once they take something away from you, don't think you're ever going to get it. Whether it's control or whether it's dollars, don't ever think you're going to get it back whole. And that's the story I've learned over the last 6 years with dealing with the province around their little struggles with transfers and control and taking away those things that we base providing our services to our community with. So I hold out the same hope as you, but I don't count on it.
Maybe we need to write a letter to them and ask, point blank.
Be an opportunity for our RMA organization to argue on behalf of all counties and MDs, so I would do that. I'm going to go to Councillor Ratcliffe, and we can wrap up the day with some last minute thoughts.
Thank you, Reeve. Going back to the solid waste central site, really, except for a few problems with the bins, I think the site is working quite well. And I believe it was mentioned that this was kind of a top-of-the-line solution at $6.5 million, I believe, if I could find the right page. Is there another option there for that central site?
Repeat the question, please, Councillor Ratcliffe.
You want me to repeat that?
Okay, the question was, is there no alternate solution?
Yeah, I'm going to say that I think basically from the type of amenities that we have there today up to a facility. Like I said, and those would be vetted out and brought back to council at a future strategic planning meeting. You know, I guess, like I say, today's exercise really is, you know, with the budget allocated for that planning, is that gives us the opportunity to engage the professionals to come back and provide you viable options. But everything, I say, from the type of facility that we have today on a proper surface, you know, basically knowing that, you know, if council's desire is no more than having roll-off bins and stuff in the hole type, scenario, bins, you know, that's what we could relocate, grade it out and actually get a proper, subsurface there for as the temporary, so as the permanent solution, sorry. Then there's, you know, there's the other type of, waste handling systems there that would be available, and we'll provide those cost estimates accordingly. So scalable, yeah, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
I'll turn it back to Ms. Serhan.
Well, thank you very much for all of your work over the last 2 days and really engaging in the new presentation style and structure as we move through the capital budget based on service levels instead of departments. I think it worked pretty good. I liked how really tying those assets to what service they're providing really kind of makes sense in helping prioritize which projects should be moving forward. Again, I just want to say that if there is something that you're not comfortable with, make sure that you're bringing that forward at the next council meeting. And when we bring this budget forward to council to approve, that we will be identifying a few things that will be coming forward to a strategic planning meeting in the near future. And that the shortfall in 2024 will be funded through the tax rate stabilization or the revenue stabilization fund in the documents. And then moving forward, those can be changed at any time. So the dollars that are associated with any of the projects that we will be speaking to that are planning dollars, those are the things that will be brought back to the committee members to talk about, the things that decisions haven't been made on yet for those projects. So, yeah, I think, again, the more things that are funded through the community purse, the more kind of social leaning community you have, and the less things, it's more user pay and less social. So again, I just want to thank the committee and the administration for their hard work over the last few months, getting all this information together and going through it and yeah, making those hard decisions. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. You said this can be revisited at any point, but really after a special committee of the whole, or a special council meeting, when we stamp a budget, that's kind of that. Like, I am sure that if we go out and we replace the staff or hire the staff that are being asked for, we can't, like you just said, when at the beginning of yesterday, when you start putting in a certain service level, it's really hard to claw that back. So while I recognize that you're saying that we can revisit this at a strategic planning committee meeting, I think there's some of this that we can't revisit really, or it's very difficult to claw back.
Well, this is the resources that are identified as being choices that the strategic planning committee meeting or the broadband committee has decided on the service level. So if the service level needs to be changed, then that needs to be a decision made at a strategic planning meeting. And yeah, of course there are some things that are in the construction phase, or what I was talking about was those planning dollars for like the Waste Central, the Central Waste Site, that's planning dollars. So those are things that will be revisited as we're planning, as the committee's planning to move forward with those projects. Not the projects that are past those planning stages. When they're in the planning stage, that's when the project can be revisited. And maybe I'm stepping on Dr. Hansen's toes there.
CEO Emmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just, so we're really doing our best to eliminate any assumptions. Just wouldn't mind providing some clarity on Rainbow Ford. I believe I heard that Rainbow Ford is out. Administration will have conversations with our counterparts and bring it back as far as a future timing. But I heard individual opinions, I really didn't get so I really don't want to go forward on an assumption.
So straw poll is what you maybe would ask, because
I'll make a motion for it. It's out until we have a meeting
it's I don't,
with our neighbor.
Deputy Reeve?
Sorry, I'm comfortable with it being a motion, that it is out of the budget until we have a meeting with our neighbor, so that we can provide the same service level from the start of the road to the end of the road, rather than partway through the road. So, and that can be changed if our neighbor's like, let's work together and do it. But that's my thought on Rainbow Ford. That's why I brought it up.
So you would put that into a motion?
Yeah, I can put that into a motion if that's what you need, or is this a place where we make motions, or does that get changed in this binder and then brought when we stamp the budget in 2 weeks? So I'm trying to figure out the process here.
Director Hansen?
You know what, this is the committee to, you know, it's within your authority to remove things from budget. That's the whole point of us presenting. You know, as much as we'd like to think that everything that we present to you, you're gonna approve, that's not necessarily the reality. It hasn't been historically. So, I don't know if it needs to be, like I say, a straw poll or a motion, but, if you say that it's to be removed, and whether it be a motion or just through the committee, that's how we typically do the math here. That's how things get added on, and those things get taken off through the exercise, so.
Okay. Got some blinky lights here, so I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Was that a motion?
I'm trying to determine if I need to do it in a motion.
Did you want to have?
Mine's gonna depend on if it's a motion or not.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed?
I would be explaining why I wouldn't be supporting it, but I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Either waiting for a discussion or
Yeah,
a
I'm
motion.
just trying to decide about it. You guys tell me whether it has to be in a motion or not.
Mr. Emmons?
Truly, I will act either way. This is a committee, so it's a recommendation to council. So in this forum, if this was council, I'd be looking for a motion. But whether it's straw poll or motion, what I need is the majority of the group to know whether this stays in or comes out. And that's, I'm glad I raised it, because obviously it needs clarity. Didn't want to go on an assumption, so just looking for the majority. And whether it's a motion or straw poll, honestly, administration will react either way.
So being as though we haven't had motions going forward, I'm just gonna say that a straw poll at this point in time. So, and we've had an opportunity to talk, unless there's something different about this particular thing, I'm just gonna say, unless you want to have, okay, go ahead.
I'll just
Go ahead.
explain my
Absolutely.
position on the road and then do whatever you want. So, ultimately, I'm here to make decisions, and that's what it is. I can make a decision on a Clearwater County road without the permission of the town of Rocky Mountain House on that road, or with Lacombe County or Pinoka County or anything, if it was relating to the Gimlet Road or anything. I believe we can make those decisions ourselves without asking the permission of somebody else that is more efficient at creating speed bumps than us. And at the end of the day, that's where I'm at, and, yeah, so there you go.
Thank you for that.
Administration brought forward something they believed was important for the future and the safety of our community, and I look at it as a decision maker, not kicking it down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Graham?
I would concur with Councillor Lougheed. I already mentioned that I would like to see it stay in the budget. I also have the perspective that when past councils chose to pave this road, a commitment was made to maintain it, and we need to uphold that commitment. So for those reasons and the ones I stated earlier, I'd like it to stay in the budget.
Councillor Northcott?
What's the quick refresher on the dollar amount on that item? Thanks.
Okay. As they're looking? Yeah. As they're looking? Okay.
I will, if you give me a minute, if you wanna.
Okay, okay. I'll go on then to Councillor Ratcliffe.
From,
Yeah,
from my perspective, this Rainbow Ford Road is still in quite good condition. And I see very little downside of postponing it to have a conversation with the town to see if they would like to fund their part and fix that up as well.
so you're in favor of keeping it for 2024? That's what the question is.
No, I'm
No.
in favor of moving it to 2025.
2025, okay. Do you have an answer, Director Hanson?
Actually, I got lots of information.
Nice.
So the town has budgeted $763,000 in 2026, under the description of 42nd Ave Highway 11 to town boundary. And ours is 688. So their projects, again, it was in our work plan for actually to engage the town with that. Why does it keep shutting off? So yeah, they have it planned in 26, and our number was 688.
Okay, so there's an opportunity then to talk to the town and align for efficiencies. I'm just saying either a 2024 or 2026 opportunity at this point in time, or I'm looking at the will of council is do we kick it down? Sorry, do we postpone it till 2025, 26 like the town, or just go for it and then let administration have that conversation? Councillor Northcott, you got your numbers? What did you think?
Yeah,
now?
no, I'd be in favor of pushing it down till 2026 and work in alliance with the town of Rock Mountain House to do that as one project. So I'd be in favor of postponing it.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
I agree, like, let's align our road plan with the budget plan of both the municipalities that share that service. So 2026.
That's no guarantee, correct? Like the town could shift their priorities down the road again. So if we kicked it till 2026, they could in 2026 kick it to 2028, correct?
Yeah, I guess, you know, when we bring projects to the table, you know, we've combined it with Timey Road, we've kind of, you know, larger quantities, whereas we don't know if there's gonna be a cost savings there when it comes to the town. They have culverts to replace, you know, it's a shorter section, so the quantities might not be there to have the cost savings. Ultimately, it's a joint, a connection joint, where ours would stop and theirs would begin. So they would, if we would do our portion next year, we would mill out the joint and we would carry on in our portion, we'd fix our approaches, we'd invest in ours, and then in 26, they'd come along and they'd mill up to our joint, and then it would be a fully paved road within the next 2 years, as per se. There's certainly no guarantee that, you know, with the new council in the town and the county, whether it was gonna happen within those 2 years. Yeah, and the priorities do change, absolutely.
Yep, for sure. I'm okay with keeping it on the books as of 2024, so there's savings that quite obviously that could happen on our end, and so with volumes, so with what you've identified in the budget, so. Straw poll, unless there's any other further discussion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of keeping the Rainbow Ford Road on for 2024? All those in favor? 3. All those opposed? 4. So that is the direction. All right, thank you. Is there anything else, Mr. Emmons, that you'd want more clarity on? No? Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Ms. Saran, you said that, you know, thank you for the tough decisions. This was the only decision. It feels like this is the only actual decision that we made in this budget at all, other than the strategic planning days.
Yes, you've made decisions all year long, and that's what's been, like, this shouldn't be the laborious, last minute, fitted in kind of decision day. This should be a confirmation of what administration has heard throughout the year. So I think the last 2 days have gone brilliantly, and it's been a year of a lot of hard work, and especially in the last 2 days, getting this presentation in a different format and trying to understand it, just really, there's been a lot of work done.
Counselor Lougheed?
Oh, I understand your perspective, I truly do. And I think the work, taking it in a progression of you know, understanding the issue that's before us, understanding how that impacts our budget, I think has been, I've appreciated the approach this year to that. I think it takes away that kind of, oh my gosh, it's 4:30 and we still got 10 pages to go through. I think we've been able to put a focus on things that each of us thought were maybe problematic or needed a deeper understanding of, and then really approached it with a progressive approach to each subject. So I think I see benefit in this approach as well. Anyway, sorry.
Counselor Graham?
Before the meeting comes to a close, I want to thank administration and staff. You guys work hard all year and your hard work shows, and I mean, they're the staff sitting back here that they think that a question's gonna come up and they're right there ready to answer and back up the directors. And I mean, texts pop up when a question gets asked here. It really, I think this organization is absolutely incredible and we have some great leadership here. So thank you all for all your hard work and making our county so wonderful.
I echo those sentiments, and I have to say, like, over the 6 years of now 6 different budgets, this was a great, it was a great year of leading up to these decisions. It wasn't just, and I like the fact that we were, yes, focused on 2024, but we are keeping the big picture of the next 9 years still in the front of us, in the windshield, so to speak, if I could use that. And I think that's a great attitude to the hard work that this council's been doing too this past year. So anyways, thank you again. And I'll let you wrap up.
Sure, thank you. So, yes, and the hard work will continue in January when we put those projects in front of you that we don't have solid answers for. They don't have to be decided today, and I think that makes for better decisions. It makes for thoughtfulness and also less pressured decisions. So I think as we move forward, this process will just get better and better. And also, we would just like a motion for a recommendation to council, please.
All right.
Thank you.
So the motion is a recommendation to council of the budget that's been presented?
With amendments, please.
With amendments?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, because we had the chart, so. Motion for that, Counselor Graham.
Everyone's racing to their buttons so quick.
I know,
Just
exactly.
kidding. I will make a motion that council recommends the proposed 2024 budget to, the committee recommends the proposed 2024 budget to council with amendments. For your financial plan, I mean.
There you go. Any discussion? Deputy Reed Melhoff.
We're recommending the 4-year financial plan?
Okay.
And your capital plan also, like, yeah.
So that's a friendly amendment to add to
No,
that?
that's what you said.
Oh, the
financial plan.
four-year plans. Okay, sounds great. Yes, Councilor Ratcliffe,
Is this for information or we are
make a recommendation
accepting it?
with amendment.
At the special meeting, this is just a recommendation from this committee to council.
This is a recommendation from this committee to council at the next council meeting coming forth. All right? Okay. Councilor Graham?
We can still make changes at council and stuff. If there are things you are concerned about, or we should talk about them right now, I would suggest. Just saying, you seemed a little concerned, Councilor Ratcliffe, so I just wanted to say that.
I do, yes, I want to put this under my pillow for a while.
Okay. So there'll be an opportunity to have some time. I believe this will be coming to a council meeting December 19th. So, yes, so the budget will be coming back with, on December 19th. All right. I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Councilor Cermak? Sorry, you were looking down. In favor? Okay. All right. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Sorry, thank you, Eve. I was remiss in saying why I was opposed. We did not dig into the 4 years. We dug into 2024, not 4. So I will not be supporting the 4-year financial plan as we did not dig into 2025, 2026, 2027. So 2024, yes, with some trepidation, but not the 4-year plan.
Well, respectfully, I would say that we're focusing on the year ahead. 2025, 26, 27 are still opportunities could present themselves. So for us to discuss them further, we might have been here tomorrow as well. So to me, the full discussion of the 2 days was for the operation and capital. So we did talk about some of the 4-year, but yes. Director Hagan?
Thank you, Chair, and perhaps I can provide some clarification. So the Municipal Government Act requires that a council pass a budget for the upcoming year with projections for 3 years beyond that. Those projections do not represent approved spending. They do not represent budgets. They are projections. So certainly, it's up to this committee if the committee would like to spend more time going through those projections, but to be clear, they are projections. Same holds true for the capital budget. It's a 10-year capital plan. The first year represents budget, which represents approved spending. Administration carry out their work plans and their purchases and their construction. The next 9 years is a projection. It's a planning tool, and I think it will serve us well collectively as we go forward through strategic planning meetings through the next year, looking at those numbers, and that's really our opportunity to start looking at 25 and beyond and start fine-tuning those numbers based on service levels and that sort of thing. So I think every opportunity is going to be there over the next year.
Great. Deputy Reeve?
Thank you, Eve. No, I appreciate that. How will the motion be worded when we accept the budget? If it's going to be on the 4-year, we're going to need a couple more days.
Director Hagan?
If it's based on 1, I'm good.
We're required to have a budget with 3 years of projections. We'll be asking council to approve that.
All right. So there will be no closed session, correct? It's just on the agenda. So I will, before we adjourn, I was looking at Mr. Emmons.
Thank you very much. And particularly, I guess, for Councillor Ratcliffe and Deputy Reeve Melhoff, if there's particular concerns, please email me and we can address them in between time as well. It's extremely important. This process, you guys are the authority, and it's extremely important to administration that you guys don't have that face with budget. That's the face.
This face?
That's the one. So if there is angst, if there isn't some unclarity, please, whatever we can do to assist, we'll do our very best.
Councillor Northcott.
Just on the motion that was passed, it was a recommendation. There was no decision finalized. It was a recommendation to council. You know, through all the previous strategic planning sessions that we've had as a committee, you know, in the past, I've brought items that I thought were, you know, priority, and as the will of the committee, they didn't make the cut, so to speak. So, but as a recommendation, support the recommendation to go to council. Just wanted to clarify that a little bit.
Thank you. All right, so with that, we have one more. Oh,
Just because
yeah, sure. Councillor Lougheed. You bet.
those few people that are tuning into this may be confused at this moment. There is no necessity to have absolute consensus or unanimous consent for any budget. It's a majority of council, I believe. Am I correct in that? So there is the opportunity, if you have an issue with some aspect of it, you can explain why and not endorse that with your vote. So.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so looking at item number 6, adjournment. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Anybody else wants to?
Pass the torch, pass the torch. Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Okay.
I did it once, it didn't feel comfortable.
There we go. All right, so, thank you very much, Counselor Northgard. All those in favor? Thank you very much.